All right, we're live. Welcome everybody. As soon as you say something, I go live. Welcome everybody to the 11th session of the Imris Saga. I'm joined as always by every member of the cast. That's not true. We're usually missing a person. Um, but everybody's here. I'm glad to have everybody here once again. Hopefully, we can continue this streak into the future. Quick recap: last session, the party got back from the mission with the Drake. They kind of turned that in, made some plans, went back and um, gathered themselves up to go and finally meet the Lady of Petals. So they figured out, or they were able to make contact with, basically just by asking around for people who knew them, and eventually somebody came up and asked that the group who was going around asking people, like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? And so that led to a meeting with the lady. Um, the whole group went. You met on a boat at the docks in the middle of the night, and there was a discussion about doing work for them in exchange for essentially putting Alveron's bounty on pause within the confines of the lady's territory, quote unquote, which was explained to be um, more or less the whole of the desert and you know, parts of Thrate, etc. You guys were given three options, and the Lady of Petals said, "Well, I know you're not going to do one of these, but I'm going to give you three options. Any of these will help me, so whichever one you guys want to do." And eventually, you guys decided that the best course of action for you would be to hunt for the heart of a gray dragon, which the lady has told you can be found in the southern part of the Thracian Peninsula, up in the mountains, and that they would arrange for travel there, and all you would need to do would be to track it down and kill it. That's basically where we're going to pick up this session. So you guys returned to the tower, spent your night there, and you now have, up to a week to plan. They said that the boat would wait there every night for a week, and if you didn't board during that time, it would be assumed that you had decided not to go through with the deal. So I'm kind of gonna hand it over to you guys for a minute here. Is there anything that you guys wanted to do, buy, study in that time? Yes, yes, and that would be part of it. So because there was a question hanging up in the air. I don't remember if we talked about it on stream or after the fact, but whether or not you guys are going to bring Ort with you. Yeah, I think you already rolled for this, if I remember. You can give it a shot. Yeah. Okay, you're kind of thinking about it. There's not a medicinal purpose for dragon hearts that you're aware of, but you're also not well versed in like alchemy, which is what this would probably be um, incorporated into, as opposed to like more normal medicine with herbs and plants and more common ingredients and surgery and stuff like that. Sure, you can make history roll uh, for this. Okay. You have heard, you remember back to when you used to live in that area of monsters that stalk the mountains. One of which was supposed to be a gray terror, some kind of beast that looked like stone, um, that would snatch people, animals, things in the night. But whenever anybody went to go looking for it, they were unable to find it. Um, which, putting it together now, kind of is making you think it might have been this gray dragon. They know like a very They don't have like a map to this is this exact layer kind of thing. They know it's like it's in this exact region. We know it is like based off of whatever information that they have. But like locating the entrance to the layer and stuff, you would have to do that yourselves. But they've given you, yeah, they've given you like the rough location of its layer, but not the exact. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, you guys apparently have been muted. This is that. As I was just explaining to Charlie, this setup is so complicated. But like to
I don't know. Dissolving may be the
we
better
won't have to worry
alternative.
about that. But if we do,
okay.
we all know each other quite well.
It was set up correctly. It just for whatever reason got reset a little bit, so it wasn't outputting properly.
If we go to this thing's territory, it may very well decide to hunt us.
So, quick recap for the stream and for the YouTube video. I'll probably maybe cut some of that.
Mhm.
The part was talking about what the Great Dragon could do, what they're trying to figure out exactly where its lair was, etc., and making up a plan for avoiding being tricked by its mimicry talents. And Will suggested jokingly that we could pour acid on one another.
I really thought that was deeply out of character for Will, so I'm glad that you did bring it up when like essentially history had allowed just it to be written like overwritten. But thanks.
Thought it was a good joke.
Yeah.
Well, something can be a good joke and out of character for Will. I think if it does choose to hunt us, then that's fine. We're going to have to deal with it one way or another. We can't always have every fight be exactly on our terms, as much as I would like that to be the case.
No, true. I just want us to be prepared that it may try to lure us off on our own, and it may mimic somebody by that if it thinks we're dangerous enough to warrant that.
That is a good point, and we should not allow it to separate us.
Unique pieces
Sulveran is
of
just gonna look.
jewelry that we hide below our wrist, like a small wristband that we can show at first. This would probably only work once. May also be useful.
Sulveran's gonna look over at Uba, and as they mention, not wandering off on one's own. And everyone else, he just dismisses that they will automatically follow this, but he's squinting slightly at Uba.
Uba gives you a big toothy grin back.
Really, all of this stuff can be discussed while we're on board the ship traveling to Thrate. Do we have a reason to not leave tomorrow morning? Beyond Orts. So let's assume this is happening the day before we pick up the plate armor and can then leave, right?
Right.
Mhm.
My thought would be any chance of research we have in this library, in this wizard's tower, is advantageous. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say to answer Jack's question. In my mind, this was happening like the very first morning after you'd woken up. This is like the first. Your guys are kind of discussing this before doing anything else.
So we have a whole week.
Yeah, but you're welcome to leave earlier. Like, if you wanted to leave tonight, they wouldn't care. They'd be like, okay, we're ready. We've been paid to be ready for 7 days, so if you want to leave on the first day, that just saves us time.
Did the Lady of Petals give us a way to send her a missive of any kind? Or like any way to like ask a basic question?
She didn't. So
Probably she didn't want to be bothered by these mundane questions.
yeah,
Because if we fail, she'll just send someone else. Like,
I mean,
she's not.
You could probably go and talk to whoever she's paid. I don't
Yeah.
know what the question is, but you could go talk to the ship captain about like the details of that part.
Is Melf around?
Sure, Melf is around. He's kind of leaving you to do your business. He doesn't want to be like present every time you guys are discussing plans and stuff. But he's down. Some of you maybe have discovered there is a little greenhouse in one of the rooms that seems to be not actually located in the tower space. It's like almost connected in a weird way to somewhere like just outside the city. So he's there. You could go talk to him if you wanted to.
I think Sulveran would reply to Alveron whenever he mentioned the research. He would just kind of look over at Will. Do you think a library would have anything more than Iracondis himself was able to tell you?
Most of what I just told you, I knew already, but yeah, of course.
Was also limited to 25 words.
Yeah, and I asked a specific question to Iracondis, but that's fine. Sure, a library will of course have more detailed information. It's just if we could find a book about Grey Dragons specifically, it might be useful.
It may be useful to head down to the tavern. I could and see if anyone there has stories or knowledge about hunting gray dragons, or just dragons in general, and lair finding.
Could that open this up to, though? I don't know. Is this like a public prize? Like knowing that this great dragon is there? I'm just wondering if it.
Andrew,
opens
how long has
attention.
how long has like this dragon been known in the mountains? Is it just small communities nearby?
From what you're aware of, the stories that you've heard, like, let me double check. I always forget dragon aging. No, I don't want to contradict with what I say later. My gut instinct is that this is a story that you've heard had been a thing, kind of building a little bit since you were first came to that region, or first, were going up there.
Would it have spread to major cities in any way yet?
It probably has. Like, people have probably heard of it, but you did not know it was a dragon. So that piece of information, and that kind of tracks with what Will has told you about gray dragons. Like, these things are consummate hunters. That would be a point of pride for this creature, that like
Yeah.
it is a mysterious entity killing things in the mountains. Like people know that it's a gray dragon specifically. It's that good.
Medea will say, legends in the area of something like it, though now I have an idea of what it is, have been around for some time. Major cities surrounding Grey Grounds have probably heard of it, though may not know it's a dragon.
Okay.
So it's not known exclusively to the Lady of Petals in any way. Though knowledge of it being a dragon may be closer to her and fewer people.
Well, I generally think that with the information we already have, we may as well just set off. But if you all want to take the week to prepare things, that's also fine.
The only other thing I would think is important is like supplies. Is there anything for hunting dragons that we should have on hand or be prepared for?
Climbing gear is always useful.
Okay. Especially in the mountainous region.
Yes. Clothing that can insulate you from the cold.
Would that be less expensive there or here?
I imagine the climbing gear would be the same anywhere, but the clothing would probably be cheaper nearby. More likely to have people making it. I don't know if we'll need to go high up or if it's just nearby.
Uba says, I think if there's the possibility of purchasing anything that would give us an advantage, considering this dragon sounds quite fearsome, perhaps we should stock up, but I think it could wait until we get to nearer to the dragon's lair.
It's agreeable.
Okay, not to backtrack too much, but just because I wanted to double check. To more specifically answer Medea's questions. Some of once this, as far as you know, this started to become like a mystery, a bigger rumor, something that people have been talking about. Sometimes during your during 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So around then is when this dragon seems to have appeared in this region or have been noticed.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. This dragon doesn't seem to be incredibly old. I've had, as far as I know, the story only came out it around 50 years ago, but that's the most I can tell. If we want to set off earlier, I'm fine with that.
Uba says, agreed.
We need to pick the plate up from Ort and see if he wants to come on a free trip to Thrate, but not to help us fight the dragon. I'll ask Melfindian if he has a book on dragons or grey dragons specifically.
Yeah, you're going to go find him in this little atrium garden type area. I do have a couple books on dragons, volumes and encyclopedias and standalone works. I don't have a book on gray dragons specifically, unfortunately, that I'm sure would be very useful in your current circumstances.
You just have to ask. Sometimes people do have the exact book you need.
True. Books on single dragon types are uncommon. Most authors choose to write about them as a whole.
I'll avail myself of those books while waiting for the armor to be finished.
Yeah, you find yourself in at least temporary possession of A Taxonomy of Dragons by Torlus the Sage. There's another book called On Dragons by Rastalin. which is a name that you're not familiar with, but Malfindian seems to suggest to you that this would be the more useful of the 2 volumes.
Wow. Such shade to throw at Taurus. I'll read on dragons. I don't want to read a thing by somebody that could be captured so easily by demons. So I'll read on dragons. Mainly the bits about grey dragons, but I suppose since I have this book, I'll read all of it and try and learn all of it.
Okay. Yeah, you take a look at it. This one seems to be, if you glance at the 2 to compare, the first one is much more scientific. The second one is much more like, these are stories that people have been told. These are the things that we know about them, kind of thing. For Grey Dragons, you read a couple different stories about kind of similar situations where these dragons picked a residence and kind of they didn't ever try to like lord over an area. That doesn't seem to be a thing that they do, but they'll pick a spot and kind of hunt out from there, like as they grow in age category, moving up and up into different targets, kind of thing. They like the mountains, particularly like kind of more temperate mountain ranges, smaller mountain ranges than like the cores. They wouldn't like to be up on like permanently snow-capped mountains, kind of thing. But they like places where they have lots of opportunities to hide, lots of opportunities to hunt. They don't tend to make their homes too close to civilization, but close enough that they can go down there when they want to. You also know, you've kind of reading, some of them have, even though they don't have a breath weapon, have been known to have acidic bites. So their like teeth or their saliva, something about that is like coated in acid. Typically a little bit older ones have that. They can, if they're not moving, oftentimes blend in with the stone. But they can also do the same thing with the sky on a cloudy day. Just a couple extra things you learn about them. And I think I mentioned this, but their tails they're known to be forked. The ends are like bladed almost. They're like hard steel kind of material. So they will often like jab people with their tail. That's what you.
I'll read all that, and then Will's pretty much done.
I guess I'll also mention they're also not the most intelligent, wise, or charismatic of dragons. They tend to be like average in the mental department.
They're like the missing link between drakes and dragons.
Can I make some time in the library looking to see if I can find anything specifically on their lairs?
Okay. Yeah.
On like looking like of dragon lairs or something.
I had just clicked away from that. Their layers specifically, they like to live like in the general regions I already described, but specifically in rocky outcroppings, places where it can have a commanding view over the area, but it's still hidden. They often quite like layers that are really hard to access except for by flight. So caves where the there might be a hole in the top that a normal person would have to scale to, but the dragon can just fly in without a lot of other kinds of ground level entrances.
Yeah. Medea will recommend we definitely get very solid climbing gear then. They'll convey that to the group.
Sure. Let's get claiming gear. If other people have stuff to do, we'll just go by climbing gear.
Ubo wants to come with you because they don't like being cooped up in the tower, just surrounded by books. So Ubo will ask if you would like company.
Yeah, let's go on a Will and Uber excursion for climbing gear.
Do I need to?
Yes.
Do I need to be by or? Do I need to be at Orts to like get measurements done for fittings for the armor or anything for any duration?
Yes, he would need you to physically be there for some time.
Okay, yeah. So Medea will probably spend a day or two with that as well.
Okay. Who actually asks Ort to come along? Would that be Medea?
Yeah, I think so. Medea
Okay.
would. If it's fine with Will.
Yeah. Will doesn't want Ort to come at
We'll
all.
do
So.
we'll do Uba and Will first. So Uba and Will, the two of you head out. Do you want to avoid the bazaar, or do you want to head to the top map, or do you want to?
Why
head
would we
over
avoid
to
the bazaar? That's where you get the best prices.
All right.
Obviously, the bazaar.
So I know that you guys are looking for something specific, but so make an investigation check to find climbing gear. But I also want you both to roll me D100s.
Sure.
On a 100, Andrew kills you.
Do I also roll an investigation check to find a thing? Climbing gear?
Yeah, if you want to find climbing gear.
Yeah, mine wasn't very good, so.
I'm also very good at investigation. And then a D100. Oh, it's listed like this button here I could have clicked instead of typing.
Uba's
Well, I mean,
probably just. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, isn't Will proficient in more than half of the skills?
Yep.
Something like that.
Oh.
I mean, parts, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also took skilled. Like, I'm a bard and I took skilled. So.
Yeah.
I wasted some of my things on
Good
proficiencies like
lord.
teaching.
The best one. Okay, hold on.
Oh no.
Did you say that's the best one?
It's either really good or really bad.
Yeah. It's gonna be a shop that just kills you for a fee.
It's just
It's a
Andrew.
suicide.
It's a
booth,
really
like in,
inappropriate suicide booth. See a robot come out of it. That robot's an automaton named Bender.
Oh,
Things makes it different.
Okay. So as you guys are moving through the bazaar, this time you're kind of entering it into it proper, winding through these sort of haphazardly constructed streets of different kinds of pop-up stalls. Some of them form circles, almost like cul-de-sacs of shops. Some of them are straight lines, straight paths through to the other proper streets. And as you're looking for climbing gear, I'm gonna do Will's first. You are suddenly accosted. Accosted may be a strong word, but you are called to by an Elkaran woman who says, "You there with the coat? Why didn't you come here? I promise you, I have something very interesting that you would like to take a look at. I feel that a person of yourself could find some use in my items." And she will actually pull out for you what seems to be a long metal tube.
Sure. Yeah. Will likes the market experience of like people shout at you, you go look, but also is like Will doesn't have a killer instinct very often, but with like haggling for prices and stuff is where like she does. So yeah, she'll go over and look at this long metal tube.
Okay. She says, "This, you are a well-traveled sort, you might know. This is a telescope. It lets you see things that are very far away." Like demonstrate, like she'll open it up, like pointing at something and like gesture for you to try.
Sure, I'll try. Will immediately look at Uber through the telescope.
Okay, it's like like you're very close to them, so it's like scale.
All right, I will.
Seems to be pretty high magnification.
In that case, turn my attention to try and like finding Melf's tower with the telescope.
You like turn and you are able to spot it without too much trouble because it's pretty near the bazaar, and you look up, and you can actually get a pretty good view from where you're standing. You're probably a few thousand feet away, but you can get a pretty good view of the top of the tower. Which you now thinking about it, none of you actually know how to get to the very top of the tower. But you can see that there seems to be some kind of room up there. You can see a window, but not really see in it.
Sure. Will like takes it away from her eye and looks at it and hands it back and says, "It's pretty good." I turned into like a Lakaran voice. Well,
maybe that is not something that you're interested in. I have many other various things that you would like. I have this lantern. I'll show you. It's a hood lantern. She'll like pull it out from somewhere. It says this is a lantern of revealing.
Oh.
Any invisible creatures, objects would be revealed by the light shed by this lantern. A very curious thing.
Will feels like she's been priced out by that description of that particular thing. Because do you have any other of the telescopes?
She says, unfortunately, I only have this one.
It seemed a little bit fuzzy at that long distance. And, how much would you be looking to sell this one for? And she points at it.
Looks at you. She says, well, this is a very fancy piece. It's not easy to make. But for one such as yourself, I could see parting with it for 200 gold pieces.
Can I roll Tinker's Tools to like note maybe imperfections in how it's made, or like the screws have been incorrectly placed or something like that, to try and bring the price down and haggle from that point?
I'll allow it.
With what stat, Tinker's Tools?
Intelligence. In this instance.
20.
Okay. Yeah, it is like you notice there's like a little bit of a maybe it got banged on something here. And you're kind of thinking about it. You're like, you think maybe one of the lenses inside is like not quite aligned perfectly.
Will picks it up and says, it is a nice piece, obviously, but there's a dent here, and also this lens, and she kind of like gestures to one of the central lenses, is certainly out of place, and that's why it's a little bit out of focus. I couldn't give you more than maybe 60 gold for it.
These are fixable things. 60 gold, that's far too low. I could bring it down a little bit, maybe 225. The price is already considering the condition.
That's higher than what you said it was worth before.
175. Excuse me. I thought we had said 250. That is what I had been offering, but I haven't had a taker.
Well, the fact that you've been offering 250 for something that's dented and broken.
Well, in perfect condition, this would be worth 700 at least. How often do you find such a peculiar and interesting item? Ship captains would snap it up.
In the Bazaar of Talanfagon, you find interesting and unique items all the time. I suspect I could find another telescope. I couldn't go above 80 gold.
80? You insult me. Do you understand what kind of shock this is? I have very, very special things here. I even have kind of glue that will never ever come off. Never ever ever. You could connect two things. They will never break. Except for with a solvent, which I am the only one I know of in the city who sells.
Well, I'm sure your glue goes for an exorbitant price as well.
Oh, that goes for quite a lot.
Will like gestures for the price on the glue.
Oh, I could not part with that for less than 25,000 gold pieces.
Uba was completely distracted and just started coughing because they got so surprised.
Will nods and smiles down at Uber and claps her on the back and says, well, looks down at the telescope. Says, I suppose. Thinks about it for a moment. Goes, I have to actually check how much money I have. I keep giving money away.
And just because it's relevant, and I've just realized that that's kind of funny. You do also spy at the same stall climbing gear, grappling hooks, and that kind of thing.
Convenient.
Will looks around and says, well, I was actually
I'm double checking the exact stock that this lady has.
Let's put this 80 gold piece telescope discussion aside for a moment. We were looking for climbing gear. That's why we came to the bazaar.
Well, I have a very nice set of climbing gear just for you. At standard price, 25 gold. I could sell you that and the telescope for 200.
Yes, that's the price that you already suggested.
Yes, but this is including the climbing gear. Yes,
but
I know.
There's no discount. You're not offering me anything special
something that you already want.
You did the maths for me. It's not really a... How about this? I'll give you 150 for both. And if I ever need that glue,
that means I'm selling the telescope for 125. That's I could sell you 175 for both.
How about this? You're selling the telescope for 135, but you're giving us a 10 gold discount on the climbing gear. Can I roll persuasion?
Roll persuasion.
Oh shit!
So what was the price that you just said? 150.
150 total.
155. Then we'll call it even.
Sure.
Okay, deal. You have now purchased yourself a telescope.
Yeah, I pay it in 138 gold pieces and 170 silver pieces.
Hey, all of Canada.
Do you have any money left?
Yeah, I've got 4 silver. I'm also going to get reimbursed for this climbing gear.
That's true. Uba asks if they can take a look through the telescope.
Sure. Now that I own it.
So Uba takes it and very confidently looking through the wrong end is staring around the marketplace. Everything's slightly smaller since they're looking at it backwards. And then they just hand it back to you and say, must not work on kobolds. And then keeps walking.
Will reverses it and then hands it back and says, try this way.
Oh, Uba goes, oh, and is now looking pretty wildly through the market at all of the people. Then hands it back and says, I think that might be useful for spotting the dragon.
Will closes it, puts it into her coat somewhere. While I'm counting out 170 silver, Will get the information of that stallholder and stuff, because while Will enjoys driving a hard bargain, she does like repeating custom and going back to places. So if she needs stuff, she'll go there again.
Yeah, it's Yenna's wonderful trinkets. YANA. Yeah.
Wonderful trinkets. And then I think we just continue going through the bazaar for a bit, because I want to see what Uber's 78 was.
You guys kind of keep walking around for a bit until a human man calls out to Uba saying, hey, you there, over there, I think you seem like the enterprising sort. You might be interested in what I have on offer. I have, just for you, a fancy cloak that will make you hard to spot. Practically turn you invisible.
Uba kind of struts up because they appreciate that they were called enterprising, and is now taking a look at the cloak. And you say that's a very interesting thing. How much does it cost?
Oh, well, this fine piece is going to run you about 450 gold pieces. This is an elvish-style cloak, you know. Makes you hard to spot in all sorts of environments. Very popular here in the desert.
You said 450?
Right, 450. It's enchanted after all.
Uba is thinking very hard. They don't quite have enough, but they desperately want it. Uba says, I have a potential deal for you. And, kind of gestures at the cloak and says, you seem like someone that appreciates fine items. As an adventurer myself, I am currently on my way to a dragon horde this week, in fact. Perhaps I could get this cloak for a cheaper price in exchange for some of the treasures of the horde. What do you say to that?
Well, I'd say that you have certainly proven yourself to be enterprising. However, unfortunately, I'm not about to bet against a dragon. So I'm going to have to decline that fine offer. But if you have anything on you, I'm happy to barter. It's like you've got more than a few pieces of fine jewelry on yourself. As he glances at your bejeweled necklace, ringed.
Uba, let me see. Uba has a piece of obsidian and pull it out and say, how much would the cloak cost if I also traded you this obsidian?
Very fine piece. I take 10 gold off the asking price for this. I'll set it down.
I'm trying to remember where Uba got the obsidian, but it doesn't really matter.
Maybe got it in the session 0.
I think so, but I think Uba is going to embellish a little bit, and they kind of puff themselves up and say, why, sir, I got this obsidian after killing a bloodthirsty drake. Surely you could lower the price more.
Right. Well, for such a drake slayer, I'll take 15 off the asking price in exchange for this fine piece.
Uba still doesn't have enough. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that they would be willing to part ways with.
Will kind of leans towards you and says, how much are you missing?
Okay, out of character question. How many silver equals a gold?
10.
10 silver. So it looks like Uba is missing
65-ish.
Yeah, 65.
Says, how much would you sell the cloak for if it was emblazoned with a symbol of your stall, and every time my friend here achieved one of their feats of strength in hunting prey in the wild, it was advertising your stall here in Talanfagum?
Make a make a persuasion check. He says immediately in response, says, well, that kind of goes against the purpose of the cloak.
Also 30.
But you...
Game's easy.
You could, if you were willing to tell people where you purchased the cloak. I could take a bit off. Why don't we say, including this piece of obsidian and the promise of advertisement, 400 gold.
I have not been paying attention to any of the numbers that you've said, including how much Uber was short.
He's discounted you another 35.
So Uber's still short?
A little bit. You're like on the verge of being there.
But we have like these gems that certainly either Will or Uber is carrying some of.
Yes.
Yeah. Uba is going to refuse to give up any of their jewelry because it's all trophies, but they also have a dagger and piece of lapis lazuli that they don't use, so they're going to put both on the counter.
Okay.
They really want this cloak.
Double check the last. Good. What that is worth.
D&D is an easier game when you roll 19s for
Okay. For these two gemstones, your dagger, the promise of advertisement, I will sell this to you for I'll take another 15 off. So 370. No, excuse me. We'll say 370 for the whole thing.
Okay, Uba has just enough, so they say deal and just kind of push over their dagger and their gemstones.
All right. You have just purchased yourself a cloak of Elvenkind.
Uba takes it and puts it on and like covers themselves with it and asks Will, how do I look?
Will feigns not being able to see Uber while asking the stallholder for like their information, and says, "I'll make sure that when they tell stories of things, they throw in your stall at every opportunity. They tell a lot of stories in a lot of taverns."
Is the cloak big on Uba?
And added it to you. It actually seems to shorten itself a little bit to be an appropriate size.
That's convenient.
I was hoping Uba would have to drag it around a little bit.
So, wedding train of Elvenkind.
Be like a train, yeah.
What's this guy's stall name and name?
Sandor's Sundries. Sandor as Sandor.
And Uber has to advertise. Uber.
That makes it funnier. Uba's like a walking billboard, while at the same time also trying not to be seen.
You're gonna be the first like endorsed adventurer. You just have patches from all these companies.
Just like the NASCAR of adventurers, Uba.
Yes.
Uba just like claws their Insta into every surface they have.
Uba would sell out for like 5 gold pieces and a happy burrito.
As Uba's like reveling in the new cloak, will lean in and says, "I don't suppose you have any gloves of thievery?"
Well, as a matter of fact, I do. Fairly similarly priced, actually. Fairly reasonable, I would say. 500 gold pieces.
Will smiles and says, "He'll be back potentially after we kill the dragon."
Well, if you do, I would be more than happy to sell to you. I have a few interesting things to the kind of folks who could slay a dragon.
Will smile and will kind of look around and then notice Uber, who I assume is not that difficult to spot, still standing there.
Probably
and
not.
To the cloak.
Yeah.
Says, well, we'd probably best be getting back. I need to be reimbursed for this climbing gear if I'm going to eat.
I did add the cloak to your inventory as well.
Okay, sweet. I see it there. Yeah, Uba nods and says, I'm fine with going back for today.
Also, you owe me 5 gold for the climbing gear.
Uba.
Realizing that Uba did not have 5 gold anymore.
Uba has 19 silver.
Don't worry, you can give me 10 gold out of the dragon sword.
Uba kind of scrunches up their snout for a second, thinking about the math of that, but then shrugs and says, "Deal."
Will's finally starting to claw money back from the money sinks that she has built. Yeah, Will head back.
Okay. So you guys head back to the tower. Meanwhile, Medea, you seek out Hort at the Dragon's Tavern, who is happily happily sitting there. He seems to be doing some kind of puzzle with a piece of paper. He's chewing on the end of a pencil.
Medea will like lightly tap on Orc's shoulder and say,
Yes.
how is one of my favorite kobolds doing?
Well, thank you for asking. I am doing very well. I can't get through this puzzle though.
Medea will look at the puzzle for a second. What does it look like?
It's like a numbers game. It's like a weird form of Sudoku. It's like, I think I'm getting there. One of my friends in the tavern handed it to me. Anyways, were you here about the armor?
Yes. Also, would you like a free trip? Great. We're potentially going there.
Free trip.
Well, it'd be there and going to Athos specifically.
Bit of a boat trip. It's been a while for me. Sure, I could do that.
All right.
We
may potentially need your help there while we're there, but we don't think so. It'd be good to have an hour.
Well, I'll go along and accompany you, see what you get up to. Plus, that way I can, if you're on a time schedule, I can work on your armor on the ship. Got everything I need right here. My magic talent.
We're heading off in 6 days. So.
Yeah, well, I should have it done by then. Yeah. Magic talent.
Yeah. It may be sooner or later, but I'll tell you.
Let me take some measurements, and he'll pull out a string from a pouch.
Can I make an investigation?
Can I make an investigation? Your outseam, holding out your arm. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Or on the puzzle is what I'm doing.
Sure, yeah, that's what I figured.
An 8. You
are a little bit lost in this puzzle as well. You can kind of see, kind of looking at you're kind of figuring out what the game is, what the objective is. But you're not sure if Uba has just played completely wrong, or there's a complexity here that you're not getting. But you don't know what the next numbers would be that you would write down. You're kind of thinking about this as he's taking your measurements.
I like to imagine that he is just not good with numbers in general,
Yeah.
Yeah. They sort of have to think to themselves that's the number that comes after 11. They logically know the numbers, but they have to mentally compute all of it.
So after a minute or two of work, holding out some strings, writing a couple numbers down, he says, if you're planning on leaving in 6 days, it'll be ready by then. Probably it'll take me 3 days or so. But if you want to leave earlier, just let me know.
Well, and after the measurements, Medea will almost immediately leave because this is all the social interaction they can handle for a day.
I'm done. Okay.
Yeah.
So you head out and head back to the tower. Meanwhile, Sulveran and Alveron, are you guys doing anything with this day? This otherwise free day?
I don't feel like there's any particular preparation Alveron can do except just kind of personal preparedness, making sure everything is packed correctly, essentially doing pre-voyage packing and making sure all of his gear is ready.
Okay.
So that's going to be my focus, I think, for the moment.
Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I could go after whatever you're going to say.
I was going to say, at some point during this preparation, you're kind of, preparation, quote, you're moving along, and when Melf is downstairs in the sort of entry area, practicing his forms. And you've seen him do this before. You're kind of walking along, intending to go to another room. When, bless you, I don't know if anybody heard that. when almost you've entered into the lounge, says, Alveron, why don't you come down here?
I'll set down my travel sack and kind of dust off and start walking over.
You can see he's currently holding a long sword, a blunted one. Yes. So I'm to understand that you are your group's resident swordsman.
That's a fair way to state it. I was the first sword aboard one of the ships I sailed on, and I've been a duelist and a practitioner for quite a few years. I'm not being shy about looking at either the longsword he's holding or any of the other dueling swords he has in the area.
This is very good. I believe that every good adventuring party has at least one swordsman. If you wouldn't mind, why don't you well, see if you can strike me. He'll like adopt a stance. You can use your regular rapier. I have no fear.
Okay, let's absolutely make sure we're not going to kill this person. I mean, I don't know if I can even hit them. That's even more fair to say. But
he's not wearing any armor at the moment. Just
yeah,
like
that doesn't make me
robes.
feel better, Andrew, because I know the kind of NPCs you make. All right. In that case, all right. Yeah, rapier at the ready. Settle into dueling stance. What are they? That you said they're wielding a longsword?
Yes, they're wielding a longsword. They've got held out, but they also have their hand more like to you seems in like a very engaged position, even though you can clearly see it's empty. You're used to it. If like you're just fighting one-handed, you're kind of the other hand's out of the way kind of thing. But for him, it's like very front, like he's planning on doing something with both of his hands.
Okay. Gotcha. Sure. All right. Let me go in. I will make my strike and start this bout.
Right.
Go.
All right. Feeling a little bit unsure of
start,
yourself. You go for like a simple lunge, and he very just like doesn't even bother to move his sword. He just kind of like steps a little bit. A little timid, not bad form. Why don't you give it another go?
All right, I'll take note of his stance. All right, what sort of room are we in?
You're in it almost has the feeling of like it's a little bit too small for this, but if it were like 3 times the size, it would be like almost a ballroom. There are staircases to the left and the right of the exit out, and then the lounge is up above. There's like a balcony area where most of the rooms are. You guys are kind of in this empty square, except for he's got like a training dummy out, and it's decorated with various things like carpets, swords, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Gotcha. So I'm assuming the floor is pretty clear then.
Yeah.
Then in that case, the footwork is just maneuvering us around and that slow circling. I'll make another move, but if this doesn't work, I'm going to try a trick.
Okay.
So another normal attack, striking out. Jesus.
15. Okay. You feel for a moment that you should be able to get inside of his defenses. Like there's no way he's not wearing any armor. There's no way that anybody can move fast enough to avoid your next couple attacks as you kind of block, parry, then get in close and make a swipe. But for like whatever reason you can't quite tell, he seems to gain an extra bit of speed in the moment where you're about to hit the blow, like he's not like he's activating a magical effect or something like that, but like he's getting serious in that moment, and he moves out of the way. He says, "Oh, that was much better, much better. Most opponents, I believe that would have been a land on. Good job for you."
Does he attempt to land a strike on me?
He has not attempted to hit you yet.
Is it in the lazy sort of sword held to the side type way, or is it just in not dropping the defensive position?
He's got it out and he's like parrying. So he's actively using his sword, but he's not ever making any steps forward. He's letting you lead this the duel that's going on, and he's taking a completely reactive position. But as you're starting to think about that, he goes, why don't since this is blunted, it shouldn't hurt you very much. Why don't I try for a moment?
Lord, is there a full defense move in 5e? Do I need to remember this?
You can take the dodge action.
So at what is it? That's at 7th level. Never mind. That's evasion. That's different. Also, that's for ranged attacks. Oh, but I have.
Yeah, it's just like an action. I don't know if it's listed anywhere. I just want to double check this.
Just want to double check that this plus 17 to hit is correct.
Right.
I mostly set his spells up. Yeah, it should. All right. So he steps in, takes a swing at you.
I will take. If this is still like at the start of a turn, I will try to take the dodge action.
Okay, that is not correct. Oh, I know why. That's actually 21.
Jesus. Andrew, I'm not sure if I need to tell you this.
Okay.
But I will confirm that is a hit.
It doesn't do 7 points of damage because it's a blunted
right.
A blunted sword, and he's like taking a slash at you. You will take 1 point of damage just from like the weight of it, as he like wraps you like in the rib cage with this sword, and you immediately can tell that mechanically he's used one of several attacks, and in the fiction, he has not gone all out on you. Like several of them were just he's kind of weaving in. But you can tell that this is easily the best swordsman that you've ever personally faced.
Gotcha. If that's the case, then I will make a show of dropping the defensive guard. And like after taking the hit, there's kind of that moment as a swordsman of just, oh, I'm completely outclassed. Don't worry about defense then. Work on learning, work on understanding, and aggression is the best way to learn. And then just I'll commit to a full-on attack and proceeding forward against him.
Right,
and like stylistically, that'll change. That'll go from that kind of more withdrawn, try to fight against it, and just, oh no, there's no point in trying to fight against this. Learn from it, and then it's just enter into a full riposte. And I'm not sure that's the right word actually. Someone in chat will get very upset if I'm incorrect about that. But
you can go ahead and make me a like this. Guess athletics check to try to like absorb the physicality of what he's doing here. That may
When
or
you
may
say
not give you
absorb, when you say absorb, oh, you mean like take in and try
like
to
understand what he's doing with his body and like try to
Okay.
incorporate that into your own fighting, or how you're combating this style. Okay, you kind of take a step back. You're thinking about the exchange of blows that have just gone on, and you're getting ready to make another strike. Go ahead and roll, and this time you can roll with advantage.
Oh me? Oh my. All right, just so you know, it'll come across as 2 rolls because boundary. But
You can shift click on it, and it'll.
Oh. Well, I will remember that for next time.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so with this, taking this in, you weave in and out, and he is, again, kind of moving, trying to anticipate, and you catch him going that extra bit again. You kind of do a quick feint, and then try to go in, and you do manage to catch him, kind of a shallow cut in the stomach, just getting past his defenses. And you know that if he was wearing armor, that would have, not done anything. You would have tagged the leather if he were wearing leather, like not even plate. But he kind of looks down. He says, "Very good, very good. You have a lot to learn, but I think you are on the right path. If you ever want another lesson, just let me know." And he'll like kind of give you a little bit of a salute with the sword.
Return it and cant it slightly for sailor style. It's always canted aboard a ship. And then return, and Master, where can we find you a salve or a bit of bandage? I feel a little improper having just given you that from our session.
It looks down. He says, "Oh, there's really not much need." And he'll like go and touch it for a moment and say, "It's a very shallow cut." And you can see actually you had thought you had hurt him more than you actually think he had done. I will clue everybody in. Mechanically, he will do a quick second wind, just heal that damage up immediately. After this exchange, you two part ways, and then we will zoom over to Sulveran. Anything that you want to?
I think Sulveran will, as assuming Alveron exits wherever Melfindian is normally practicing. Sulveran is seeking out Melfindian, and so he's just going to kind of defer, standing in the doorway. He didn't see this fight, but he is not interrupting Melf.
Okay.
Watching him.
It doesn't take too long before Melf kind of again he's gone back to doing the very slow, almost Tai Chi like stance, move into next stance, move into next stance. But it didn't take him long before he says, not breaking stance, "Sulveran, is there something that you needed from me?"
Pardon my intrusion. I thought I might ask the use of your library again and your guidance.
That's like stretching out to take a step. "You are welcome to either."
The book, and he holds up the book that he's been perusing when he has free moments of herbal things in Talantragon in the desert. This has been very useful. But I find myself traveling to yet another place. Would you have anything of its like for Thrate, or pauses? Specifically, I've been told we're going to fight a gray dragon. I would like to know how to best support my friends should they. He kind of pauses, looking for the word. The liquid that eats.
You are asking about the acid.
Just nods and mouths the word to himself.
If you go up into my library, you will find a book by the name the Herbonica. It is written by a Thracian woman during the High Kingdom. Would find it useful, I think. Page 123 has something that might help you against acid.
I think at that point, Sulveran just stands there blinking for several seconds. Very well. Page 123. That was very direct. Thank you. And he is just going to immediately turn on his heel to go find that book.
Okay. You go off, and it's not too hard to find. It's a green leather-bound book with, not gold font, but at least the binding has gold leaf on it, for the name of the book and everything. And you flip over to kind of, I assume, immediately go to look at page 123, and you find a plant. It's like a bulbous-looking flower with white petals. And as you're reading it, something about the whatever liquid that is in the stem, if you are to crush it, seems to counteract the effects of acids. It doesn't work perfectly, especially against stronger acids, but it will sort of dilute the effects.
Sulveran is going to take detailed notes of that and its appearance. And in fact, he's probably going to place a bookmark in it and leave it at the table so that he can show it to someone else when they get back, because he knows from experience that the more eyes, plants don't always quite look in the wild how they've been described.
And the name of this flower in the book is the Zeronith, spelled with an X, not a C. Put it in chat for you.
Thank you. Got it. Yeah, so whenever he next sees Medea, he's probably going to show Medea that.
I forgot to mention, is there any way I could also hawk my chainmail to work as well? Since I'll be no longer using it.
Yeah, he's happy to take it. He's happy to take it. He will say, well, I can pay you a bit for it now, or I take it off the final plate mail price once you come back. The money.
Just take it off the plate mail price.
Very well. Easy enough. So just subtract 75 gold off of the amount that you need. All right. So the plate mail only takes it's going to take Orc 2 days. It would probably take somebody else a lot longer, but he's got cleric magic. Is there any reason you guys wanted to do 6 days other than that?
I don't have any particular reason to stay any longer. Besides, maybe, but this might be a conversation with other members of the party who have fought draconic beasts. I understand my limitations. I'm a melee guy. I'm used to standing toe-to-toe with someone who is about my same size and is fighting me with a martial weapon. Is there anything written historically or tactically on martial characters fighting much larger foes? I'm thinking of like the giant killer feat or other things that are related to that. Is there writing on the subject?
Yeah, Melf definitely has books on. Like, you guys have been asking a lot about more knowledge-based books, but he has like manuals, like training manuals that you could look at, or he would also probably want to show you some techniques.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say if you want to spend some time, I actually quite like the idea. Doing training on that. I'll let you can have a die of advantage to use against the dragon once in the fight.
Okay. I will very specifically then kind of use that last bout we had and go back to the Swordmaster and just talk about that and ask about those techniques and spend a day, my day off at the least, then going over that training.
Okay. Yeah, you spend a decent amount of time doing that. Well, barring anything else, you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
Can Uba have a conversation with Melfindian before we leave?
Sure. Do you want this to be like right before or?
It doesn't matter the exact timing, just before we leave.
Okay, maybe like on the second day, while you guys are still preparing, Uba goes to seek out Melfindian. I think this time he's in the lounge, reading a book.
So Uba has also asked Sulveran to come with them, and Uba kind of awkwardly saddles up to Melfindian and says, before we leave, I wanted to ask you something.
Did Uba explain to Sulveran what they are asking about, or did he just come with me?
He just told Sulveran to come with him.
All right. Sulveran did just set down his book and just immediately stood up and followed after him.
Yes, of course. What is it that I can help you with?
So Uva just pulls out the drake egg that they've been holding on to this entire time and places it maybe on a table near Melfindian and says, in our fight with the drake, we found 3 of its eggs, and I honestly didn't have the heart to destroy them. We were wondering if perhaps you would be able to care for 2 of them.
Sulveran is behind him, mouthing "we."
When did I get involved in this? Yes, of course. I would be more than willing to look after these if that's what you want. Do you want to try to hatch them? Is that your goal?
Uba thinks about it for a second and says, I think being a party of 5 adventurers with 3 drakes might get a bit chaotic, but I've grown a bit attached to this one. Do you have any advice on how to care for a drake egg?
Well, of course, keep it warm whenever you can. Drakes are though they are not as intelligent as people, they do still have a certain intelligence about them. So I've often heard that speaking to the eggs, much like you would to an unborn baby, is something that's help foster a bond with the creature once it hatches. Would you mind if I cast a quick spell?
Uba shakes their head, but before that, they kind of gesture to Sulveran to put the other 2 eggs on the table.
Sulveran, luckily, just happens to be wearing his pack, and does so. very, very carefully.
Okay. Like he goes and he takes a minute, casts some spells. I don't think either of you would be able to even recognize it. Will, I would allow you to roll, but I think Will's not there at the moment. He says, I do sense a fostering connection between you and this egg. I have seen the dagger that you wield, and I have sensed something of Ericondis about it. I think that if you are to raise this dragon, you would not be remiss to ask them, or to raise this drake. You would not be remiss to ask them about it. Some warriors in the past have bonded very strongly to drakes, and like other of your sort, rangers use them as beast companions, sometimes even riding upon them.
Uba's eyes got really big at that, but they're still listening.
Your connection with Ericondis may have some influence over this, but most certainly they could help you elevate this process, quicken it, enhance it. But of course, that would not occur until after the egg has hatched.
Uba's like nodding and trying to process all this information.
I can tell you that these eggs were laid some time ago. That it may not be very long before they are ready to hatch fully.
Uba looks a little bit startled at that, but then kind of pats the top of the egg and says, I think we'll be able to manage.
Well, I am more than welcome, or more than happy to take care of these other two for you. I will train them to the best of my ability, and well, having a drake to guard the wizard's tower sounds appropriate.
Uba nods and says, their mother was a fearsome creature. I'm sure that they would be very protective of you.
Drakes, like dragons, are highly influenceable when they are eggs. If you, again, I would say to talk to Eric on this, but if you wanted a particular shape or to inherit any abilities of a particular kind, they would be able to lead you on a path to doing such things. Although their parents were flightless, it's possible that this egg could be hatched with a drake with wings, for instance.
Uba says, like they kind of look a little bit unhappy that they're about to ask this, but they say, do you have any books with information on how to raise drakes?
Some of the
another moment where Sulveran just looks down at Uba, like concealing his surprise.
Some of the requisite information could be found in one of the books I handed to Will, the one by Torlus the Sage, which deals more with physiology. But I do have a book on drakes as well, and he'll go and pick one up. It's actually got white leather on it, with a silver script on the spine. I'll hand it to you. It says, this is actually about raising drakes specifically. Most of it is describing guard drakes, which are rare but not uncommon. But there is a smattering of information about various other kinds of drakes, and I think a bit about what I mentioned earlier, the influenceability of drake eggs, somewhere in the back.
Uba kind of gingerly extends their claws and takes the book very delicately, as if they don't want to like snap it in half by accident, and sort of tucks it under their arm and says, "Thank you. I will try to take a look at this."
He nods. And I will care for these. And he actually will kind of set them a little bit up against like the coffee maker that he has, which you know is tends to be pretty warm.
I think Uba will go and give the other two eggs a little pat too, and then pick up their own egg and say, "Sulveran, was there anything else that you wanted to ask?" Even though Sulveran was sort of ambushed.
Sulveran is just going to like start walking with Uba out with the egg, like staring down at the egg. Was I there for moral support, or am I to be involved in this endeavor? And he just gestures at the egg with a vague look of
Uba kind of shrugs and said, I needed you to help bring the eggs, but if you would like to be involved, I certainly wouldn't say no. And is like kind of walking away, like carrying the egg with like two hands.
Sulveran just sighs. It will certainly be the oddest one I've ever looked after. And he's just kind of looking around to see if anybody else is around to realize that they are actually adopting and keeping this drake to tag along with them.
For whatever reason, for the moment, you are alone with Uba.
Uba, I think, in a shocking amount of responsibility, is going to say, well, as we're going to be leaving tomorrow, I think it might be time to turn in for the evening. And they're going to walk away, and they're muttering to the egg in Draconic.
Aaron just looks on, slightly confused.
Yep. He's just there for a good few minutes before he goes back to his book.
And I think the rest of you would, throughout the time before you leave, notice Uba caring for the egg, kind of more actively than they had, up until now. Although they had, even prior to, been interested in it, now they are like actively trying to care for it. Okay, so on the 6th day, so that kind of seems like what the plan was. You all head down to the very same dock where you, prior to, had met the Lady of Petals. You find the same ship, although not at all seemingly abandoned as it was that other night, but instead, full of a crew. There are sailors busying themselves scrubbing decks, getting rid of barnacles, checking the sails, kind of keeping actively trying to prep for a voyage that they are not sure at this point if it's actually going to happen. But as one of them sees the group kind of walking up the docks, up the planks towards the ship, they give a shout. They say, "Captain, looks like they're coming aboard finally." All of you will note that at the helm of this ship is a fairly burly looking human woman. Dark skin, hair is mostly hidden behind a very firm cap, dry corn. They glance at you and say, "Well, it's about damn time."
Will laughs, irritated by the amount of time that we spent not doing anything.
So, let's be off then. I don't really need to know very much about you, and you don't need to know very much about me. Almost immediately, as you guys finish boarding the gangplank, somebody shoves off of it, and the ship begins to sail without really.
Oh,
They don't pause to ask if you're actually ready to go. They're just like, "All right, we're leaving. Let's get out of here."
Will is extremely impressed by the efficiency of this crew. It's like, well, this is a good crew. I'm on board.
The captain, after you guys kind of get out of the estuary of Calantagon, will hand the helm over to the first mate and approach the group and say, "So, don't know how much you know, don't know how much the lady told you, but you can call me Dahl, Captain Dahl, DAL. And, well, if you have a question, I suppose you could ask, but I don't really care. Mostly just ferrying you from here to Athos. Then I'm going to wait for 7 days. Don't come back. And I'm going to leave. Any questions?"
Above board, hadn't she said that they would wait for 2 weeks?
Maybe they did. For 14 days. Getting deadlines mixed up.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was 14 days if we left quickly from here. That's what we didn't understand. That it was a 14-day
Yes.
total.
You had 14 days in total. Now you only have 7 days.
Yeah, because we sat around.
Gagged.
Well, you don't have any questions?
Good. The best kind. You could find food in the galley. Simple stuff. We weren't paid for extravagance. Otherwise, just stay out of the crew's way. I know that 2 of you are familiar with ships, I suppose. The rest of you, they shrugs. And Sulveran, you actually, for the first time, are on a ship at sea at this point. You can see the coastline fading in the distance, and all around you, otherwise, is just water. And unlike
Sulveran
the
is
lake previously, the waves here begin to roll a little bit.
Yeah, Sulveran is absolutely like slack-jawed. Somewhere when they were talking to the captain and getting things sorted out, he just kind of wandered over to the prow and is just standing there, mouth literally a little bit ajar, and just watching. He's also holding very tightly to the rail.
Ava will probably join Sulveran at like the edge of the rail, like way more comfortable leaning over.
I think... Go ahead, Sean.
No, Will, go ahead, Jack. I want to let the timeline extend out first.
I think Will wandering around normally on land is like a normal human, but I think on a ship, it's like Will's legs work on a ship and don't work on land. That's the difference in grace with how Will walks around on a ship, where like with each wave, the ship moves slightly, but Will moves with it, and it's like she spent the last 18 years of her life on ships and maybe 6 months of that time on land, and this is the longest in a row. So for Will, this is like for the first time in 3 months, or however long since she left the other ship. It's been around 3 months probably. The first time in 3 months where she's had her legs working properly again. So she's like, she doesn't need to go look at the sea, but she is like enjoying just being on the deck of a ship that moves correctly, as opposed to the weird river barges and lake ships and all this nonsense. They are not real ships. This is a real ship, and she's like, "Oh, I'm back, like at home now."
Mm-hmm.
And like she's that smile that she does that is normally just like a fleeting beam, is just constant now. But she is more also watching the 3 that are not sailors to be like, I wonder how sick people are going to get, because that's also funny.
Alveron is doing something similar, and I'm glad we both went on this track, Jack, because I feel like you and I are kind of on the same wavelength characterization-wise with this. Alveron, as the ship goes through its up and down on the waves, as you walk past Alveron throughout the day, whatever the tempo is of that, this is the only time you've heard Alveron hum in normal day-to-day. I'm not sure how well my mic is picking it up, but whatever the tempo is of the ship as it's bowing and cresting, there's just always sort of a little bit of a musical lilt to wherever Alveron is going. He's noticing the rigging, he's noticing how the other sailors are operating, and if you're looking closely, you've never seen Alveron breathe this deep because you've only ever known him on land. But every single breath Alveron takes is full of salt air and sweat, and this is the deepest breaths you've ever seen them take. This is the most comfortable you've seen them in the coming days.
What time in the day did we board the ship, by the way?
I had just pictured like late morning, but
Will would have pushed real hard for like early morning.
Okay, break
you
of
should
dawn.
leave early morning. Like you don't leave in the middle of the morning. It's not a pleasure cruise. I have to be right back very quickly.
During the end of the first day, how long did they say the sail would be?
Since you guys are kind of pushing straight on there, it's going to be right about 4 days.
The end of the night of the first day, where would Sulveran be?
The end of the night or like evening?
Like late evening.
Late evening, Sulveran is still probably wandering the deck, getting used to the night breeze and that kind of thing. And he hasn't really talked most of the day. He's very, very overwhelmed and fascinated, but he has stuck to Medea's side wherever he could.
If it's okay with Andrew, could I corner Sulveran to talk?
I mean, as much as you can corner somebody on a ship, yeah.
Yeah.
Walk over there, they're on the prow, a little bit alone.
Sulveran, before we get to this, you told us a good deal of your story, and I feel it's fair I tell you mine.
Sulveran is going to finally, for probably the first time in a solid hour, look away from the horizon. I am not refusing, but it does not work that way. We are clan, we don't barter.
I don't consider it bartering, but I'd consider it fair trade. Not trade, I suppose, but part of being you tell people who tell you things your thing. You don't hide secrets from somebody who doesn't hide theirs.
Speak, then.
We're heading to Athos, which is where I'm from. I did not lie there. I only spent a very short portion of my life in that place. As soon as I was grown, I left for the mountains. And the mountains we head to are very similar. I left there for a reason. The place I took my residence up one of those years ago, as I once knew, it is gone. That's why I left that place.
Above board, that village that you talked about that in front of us all, right?
Yeah, they talked about it in front of Iracondas.
Okay.
They asked, they said that. You would know something of it, but we may very well end up returning to it, going there in some capacity. And I do not believe, if we're going to head back to my home, I should hide my face any longer.
Sulveran just kind of shifts, and he's listened. He's been facing the whole time, but He is absolutely not making a sound, and he's just kind of tilting his head.
In some capacity, you are the first of the group. Face I saw. I figure it would be fair that you are the first in the group to see me.
That would be... It is significant to you. You have hidden your face for... I take... for longer than you have been with me. I would take it as an honor.
It has been a number of years.
Say that one more time.
It has been a number of years. I would like these long years finally have somebody who, and a group, I suppose, after this, I feel comfortable sharing it with, beyond my own solo company. And they will take off their mask.
Right, so session 1 question. What does Medea look like?
Yeah. It's a good thing I wrote this down to send it to you earlier.
Yeah. Fortuitous.
Medea's got, like, I think, when you're viewing their neck or, like, peeking them, it's not very visible because it just sort of looks like a very pale skin tone, like, in the glimpses you can catch. But their full face has, like, this very soft, pale blue, like, skin tone to it all over. And, like, cheek to cheek is just dotted with, like, a smattering of, like, deep orange freckles. Their whole face shape is a little bit alien. They've got, like, this very strong jawline with soft cheeks, and their eyes are completely white and pupilless. It sort of gives off this impression of somebody who's, like, mostly human, but some of the colors and the eyes are etched off it. They have not particularly large lips, and they have, a fixed, like, a sort of heart-shaped jaw, a larger nose, and a sort of crooked expression. They look permanently awkward. Like, even though they look happy or, like, in a positive place, they always look just slightly disjointed, like they're not expecting to be here. The crook of their lip is slightly up in a half smile, but their eyes are always looking down at the ground. I think much more so, it's obvious they always keep their body posture towards, like, the exits of places, but in a boat, that's just not an option, so they're sort of, like, unsure where to stand. Their feet are constantly shifting, and their eyes are looking around for, like, okay, that's where you go below deck, that's where you enter the cabin.
Yeah, so Sulveran will probably stand there for a good awkward 45 seconds, almost a minute, just looking Medea over, kind of tilting his head, because they are 3 feet shorter than him, and then nod once very firmly. And then he stops. He's about to speak. He realizes that he might err on this, so he stops for even longer, and then he says, "That is a lovely face. It is good that you will share it with us." And then he just very heavily claps Medea on the shoulder, like just a real hard thump like he normally does, and then turns back to the sea, like shoulder to shoulder, and tilts his own head back. And he says, "Now that you do not wear that mask, you can enjoy the sea breeze on your face as well."
It has been a long time since I have felt any sort of breeze.
Well, you did promise me we would see the ocean.
And that we did. And Medea will, like, sort of just lean over the railing to, like, look at the water moving past them.
Right. We kind of transition away from this.
Mhm.
Do you then keep your mask off for the remainder of the journey?
I think Medea would probably put it back on, but in private, like, do this one by one with people, because to them there's sort of like a respect to it, you know? They don't want the crew to see it before like Will or Alveron or like Uba does. Yeah.
Okay. So we kind of maybe get a little bit of a montage of I'll just go a little bit in order. You go and you seek out Will, and in the same manner try to find a private area and catch them in a moment, and explain to them that you'd like to reveal your face. And Will, for the first time, you get to look at Medea unmasked, and kind of see what's beneath, what they've been keeping hidden, kind of thing.
I think with Will, especially, Medea's eyes fixate on like Will's facial expression.
Will's like just taking in the difference between talking to Medea with a mask, who has no reaction to anything, versus Medea without a mask. So Will like is very much like, how do I read this version of Medea when the other one was not readable at all? So it's kind of more studying like the twitches of Medea's face and stuff, and says, I've never seen a Celesteri. And like tilts her head and says, the orange freckles are very pretty.
Thank you. Most people don't see them. It's not uncommon for Celestari to hide their faces or their personage, and some people just hide it very well. They use makeup. Skin just doesn't change very much, person by person.
Does Medea like express things facially?
Yeah. Medea has like a lot of facial expressions, and I think the predominant one is that their eyes are always buzzing around the room and then back to people. Like their eyes are constantly moving in like 20 different directions at once. And, you know, they sort of keep their head tilted towards like the door ever so slightly while maintaining eye contact.
Will smile and says, you think this is so much easier? And like steps back and is like actually looking at all of Medea and says, you're so much smaller than I think I realized. Because Will's 5'9".
Yes.
Like, anyway, I'm glad that you have chosen to take your mask off, and that we are those that have been honored with that. And Will smiles.
Medea will like take a polite bow. I will return later tonight to continue with language lessons. All right, this year.
In the same manner, Medea finds Uba, I think, in... you guys were given cabin rooms, or probably a couple cabin rooms to share. You find Uba, I think, doting a bit on the drake egg, alone by themselves. And similarly go through the process of explaining why you're going to reveal your mask now, or why you're going to take off the mask now and show them your face.
I think Uba at first looks a little bit startled for maybe like a second or two, but then kind of relaxes because, you know, they've seen so many new things in the past few months that they're not as surprised anymore. And kind of give Medea like a up-down look and say, well, I think it's quite nice that you trust us to show your face.
I appreciate it. You've all shown me yours. It's decent of me to hide mine much longer.
Yeah. Uba
And
nods
they'll
and
sort
is,
of like shrug their shoulders. If you have any significant questions, I'm happy to answer them, but as little as we've talked, we have...
oh no.
We lost Sara at the worst possible time.
Medea's face disconnected Sara.
Oh, God dang it. The joys of playing
It's
internet games.
crashed because I had to move rooms real quick.
That's
because
okay.
somebody
You're-
on the main one. Yeah.
You're back now.
Anyways, yeah. Where did I cut off?
Pretty much right when you were
yeah.
about to.
Okay,
talking.
yeah. I feel it's only decent. We have fought in life or death situations before, and to be quite truthful, I think that's enough to warrant showing my faith. Though, I suppose no one is owed things like that. I think at this point, if anyone ever will, is.
After this, you go and greet the final member, Alveron. Not sure what Alveron would be doing in this moment, but you've cut them when they're a little bit by themselves and do the process of, again, taking your mask off for them for the first time.
Alveron is in their cabin, or the shared cabin as it is, and they have 4 strips of braided rope in front of them and are making sailor's knots over and over as they're sitting there in their rack, and it looks mindless, but probably as you walk in, you realize it's a fidget spinner type thing, right? Like, I'm doing something that looks mindless from the outside, but it's how I am focusing, and it's a constant tying and retying of knots over and over, and each one is a different one going through sets. But as you walk in, it slows and just look up at you, because I can tell the atmosphere is something different.
Mm-hmm.
I'll set the knots down as you walk in.
Yeah. Maybe you will sort of like do the sort of like paced conversation really quick, sort of like Alveron, I feel it's only fair since I've known you and fought things to the death with you, and that a number of times we have been in situations of danger, and that in the future we're going to fight a dragon. You see my face, the whole like thing, and they'll take the map.
Alveron definitely takes more of a moment because they're processing more the cultural considerations of what you've just done, and they're making sure that they act properly and respect and understand this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think being from like Athos and Thrate in general, like the idea of honor is very much, I don't know how much Andrew would say, but like that's a concept that's just known. It's very highly valued.
When you after a moment, Alveron looks down at the knots in front of them. And I've heard this knot called different names. But what it amounts to is this. And Alveron makes the first set of knots in the set of ropes that he has. And you see that it forms kind of a square knot, which if you know that it kind of wraps around.
Mm-hmm.
This is a knot for storms. This is a knot you tie around yourself and then makes a bridge off to the next knot in the rope that he's connecting together. And it's a similar knot, but it doesn't cinch the same way. This is the knot you tie to the sailor in the rigging. This is the knot you tie to the person who depends on you to be their anchor. Unties it once, ties it again, shows you the steps through, and shows you the steps you would take in a storm to anchor one sailor to another to make sure that no one gets lost at sea.
Mhm.
Teaches you that not. Thank you.
Of course. And they'll take like a sort of like full bow to Alveron. I think they have like a semblance of respect for Alveron's ability to communicate indirectly. Their eyes are fixated completely on the knot the entire time, and then like almost 10 seconds after before finally shifting up to Alveron's face to meet them in the eyes.
Well, with that, it's going to cut to
Okay,
break right now. Okay, are you back? You said look up to meet their eyes.
Yeah, they look up to meet Alveron's eyes, and they say, look, we should try and locate where that ship is from. When we come back from this and deal with the bounty, perhaps we can find a more permanent solution to your problem. Till then. And they'll finish the bow and politely walk out.
Right.
As stated.
With that, we're going to cut to break and we're going to pick up with you guys landing in Athos and get on with the actual hunting of this dragon.
Yeah.
We'll say 10 minutes.
Can we do 15 so I have time to eat?
Sure, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Be
Yes.
back
Dinner
here
is
for
important.
more.
Thank
Sure. All right. Oh, opening the door at the perfect run. Welcome back, everybody, to the session. All right. That threw me off a little bit. Okay, so you guys spend the next few days on the sea. Alveron, you feel, the most at home that you've felt in quite a while. At previous points, you guys have been in safety, but out on the deck of the ship, you feel a little, for whatever reason, complete. And Will, you also find this, quite comforting. You appreciate the efficiency with which this ship is ran. It seems that the Captain Dahl runs pretty tight ship. These seem to be very competent sailors. To Alveron, they are almost a bit stuffy or stodgy. They're very by the book. But they don't talk to you overly much. They're happy to, gamble if you happen to be interested in that. But other than that, they kind of just keep to themselves. They know that you're working for somebody who is a little bit dodgy. So they know not to ask too many questions because they're also working for somebody who is a little bit dodgy. You eventually pass around. You kind of go along the peninsula, going into the raised sea. The air gets a little bit cooler as first you head out to sea, but then starts to go from pleasantly getting cooler into, now it's warm and humid instead of warm and dry. Instead of hot and dry, rather. Although it is still in the late winter months. So you're moving kind of out of, or moving into a little bit wetter climate, although not much. You eventually find yourselves coming across a strait and up around into the bay where the city of Athos sits. It kind of, you can see that there is a crop of buildings up on a taller hill that is sheer off to one side, but most of the city rests in a little bit of a bowl that is kind of flanked by two hills in this bay. Docking and landing there, you're greeted by the sounds of all kinds of merchants speaking Thracian, Common, Alcaran, Dwarven, a variety of different languages, as Athos is a very cosmopolitan city. There's a lot of construction going on at the moment for some reason, but your guys' task lies elsewhere. So pretty quickly you head out of the city, taking the road to the north towards the mountains where you've been told that the Grey Dragon, their lair, should be. At this point in time, so this does take about a day for you to kind of travel to a point where you're getting up into the mountains. At this point in time, could I get a survival check from one of you? Of course, if somebody else wants to help.
Could I ask Uba for help on this?
Sure.
It's shift click for survival. Oh.
I want to see what kind of like survival help Uba is giving. Like ping ponging everywhere.
Do I also roll survival, or am I just giving you advantage?
I would like Medea to actually roll, so we'll say that you were giving them advantage. I think it makes sense in this scenario.
Okay.
There you go.
Same roll.
Slightly better. So for at least the initial bit of the journey, you're on a fairly well-traveled, dirt-packed road. It's not the nicest or the widest road that you've ever been on, but it heads inland. Eventually, though, you start to leave that main road because you know it curves. At least Medea would know that it kind of curves off to follow the coast a little bit, head away from the mountains for some time before going back in. You know that you want to head kind of straight up into the mountains. Medea, for you, this is very familiar territory. These are low-lying mountains, hills, lots of smaller trees, kind of olive trees, that kind of thing, gnarled branches here and there, shrubs.
Yeah, I think they have their elk out. Like, they fine-steeded it the first day they got there. Just because it'd probably be the best at navigating rough mountains and hills.
Yes.
No.
You guys pass by every once in a while herds of sheep, shepherds, and younger boys and girls kind of caring for these flocks out in these more remote areas away from the coastline. But they kind of leave you be for the most part. Eventually you make your way past a small village where is fairly close to the dragon's lair, from what you've been told. You have been given a kind of rough map of the area and a rough location to search out of. Once you guys get into the village, actually, one of the younger members of this village will walk up, I think, to Medea. And she kind of looks you in the eye as, they're still a child, so one of the few people who are going to be shorter than you, says, "Hey, what are you all doing?"
Hunting.
Hunting. You look like adventurers.
With a sword? Yes.
You hunting monsters?
We are hunting a monster.
Can I help?
Medea will look to Will, as sort of like this completely awkward expression, and then looks back to the kid and is like, "Well, the issue with hunting monsters is that it's quite dangerous, isn't it?"
I know how to use a sling. I could help, I think.
The kind of monster we're hunting.
Treasure from a monster.
The monster we're hunting won't be affected very much by a sling.
Sulveran just looks over at Medea, then looks at the child, and then looks at Medea.
The child looks disappointed. Not quite on the edge of tears, but pretty just saddened by this idea. That useless.
We do need some help, actually.
Their face lights back up. Yeah.
We're going off into the hills and the mountains to look for the monster, but we might need someone to keep an eye around here, and that sling of yours could come in real handy if the monster shows up. Because we can't be here if there's a problem, but you're here.
Well, I'll be sure to send it off till you guys get back.
Great, and if we happen to find it, you've still held up your part. I'll find some nice treasure for you.
Okay. The reason that I came and asked you guys, because I think I've seen the thing that you're hunting before, right? The scaly creature.
Yeah,
it is.
Exactly.
There was a weird man who came looking for it a few months back, but I don't know if he never found it or he just couldn't.
No, he's probably dead.
Kill it. You guys won't die though, right?
No.
We have all of us, but also we have you, so we don't have to worry about the village getting attacked because the dragon gets angry.
True. I didn't like that man very much, so I didn't tell him, but I think I know where it lives.
How about you show us where you think it lives, and then we'll come back here and we'll regroup and think about it with that information, and you'll stay and defend the village.
Okay.
Do you have a name? I mean, of course you have a name. You're alive.
You're alive. So you have a name.
Sulveran
My
makes a
brain's
note in
only
his
slightly working.
his notebook of Outlander customs. Only living things get names.
I'm gonna blame the vaccination from yesterday for my brain not working.
They say, my name's Kella.
Oh?
Kella. Some of the boys call me Kel. That's a Kella or Kel.
I'm good at guessing your spelling of names today. I have been correct every single time.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Kella, you take us to where you think the dragon lives, and then we'll deal with things from there.
Okay. To give a fuller picture, this you're more paying attention to this child. They're like a gangly looking, like between the ages of like 7 to 11. It's a little bit harder to tell. They've got like short hair for a girl, but long hair for a boy. It comes like down, like just past the shoulders. And it's just like loose, and you can tell it's got like some knots in it because it probably hasn't been brushed through in some time. And they're just wearing like pretty simple clothing. They don't even really have pants on. It's like a long shirt that comes down just above the knees, with no sleeves, and like a rope cord for a belt. They do have like a dagger, or probably more like a hunting knife, that's been tucked into the belt. And you can see that they have a staff at the end of which presumably the sling sits. It's like held on by the strap. They are very eager, and they immediately, barefoot, you now notice, begin to pad off away from the village. Assuming that you're going to follow them.
Would you want to ride on the elk on the way?
Can I?
Yes, and like Medea will like sort of like pat the back.
You have to lift them onto it. They're like,
Yeah,
to,
no,
like,
Medea
try
will
to
like
jump.
happily like take a second and like take them by the feet and lift them up on it.
Okay, they go to try to jump, and then you have to lift them onto it. It's a little bit like too big for their legs, so they eventually like choose to go side saddle. But they'll like point it out to you. So you guys go away from the village, heading kind of down what seems to be like a valley, or a rocky crag, into the ground. Not into the ground, but like, you know, there. Traveling along it, Hilla will tell you, they're just like talking softly, because they know that, like, you know, not trying to spook any ant in whatever you're hunting. But they kind of tell you, like, you know, about their life. They seem to be the daughter of a shepherd, but they kind of hate it here, and they like dream of adventure. But their family's pretty poor, so like being a knight in shining armor is kind of out of the question. And she mostly just trains with Styx and the other boys. But she's found adventurers, so now you and her, you're gonna do good things. She's like, oh, this is my group now. I found a party. Now I'm on the right track.
Andrew, can I make a history check to know about kidnapping laws in Thrate?
Mm-hmm. Sure. It's illegal. Although, you would also, I think, know that like it's not unusual for like.
But for small, like 10 to 12-year-old girls to run away to adventure, Will would think that's a not unusual thing.
It's not unusual for these kids in like these shepherding villages to wander off for like a longer period of time because they like know the land really well, and like that's essentially their job from a very young age.
Lydia will offer up one of their javelins for the kid to hold as well, so they can have like the full night.
They're like
sounds safe
in it, and like
like before they do, they
tuck it under their arm like a lance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
With the elk, like So eventually you guys pass through this valley up into kind of the other end of the mountain range, and they'll point at a peak. It's fairly sheer up into like a rounded top. I think like a good comparison. If anybody knows about Half Dome at Yosemite, it's a little bit like that, but more rounded all the way, and not nearly as tall. They say, "I saw it one time. It was crawled. There must be a hole or something up top that crawled out and then flew off."
Well, how about this? We go check out the peak, and just in case something happens to the town while we're gone, you make sure it's safe.
Okay. Can I take the elk back?
You can. Medea
I
will
gotta
smile.
like try to turn it around. Be like, ha!
Medea telepathically has told the elk to like just be like cooperative.
Okay. It gallops away. Scattering rocks and various things as it goes.
Sulveran is going to, just before it runs off, very, very neatly remove the lance from the child's keeping.
Yeah.
They're like a little reluctant, but they're like...
And just without a word, just going to pass it right back to Medea.
While Sulveran's distracted, Will gives the child her rapier.
Really arming this child.
There you go, kid.
This child's gonna come back and tell her parents, I met some strangers in the woods and they took me in the forest and then gave me sharp implements.
And an elk.
I think Will, when handing over the rapier, says, "Look, if we don't come back, then you get the rapier and that's your treasure. But also, you can practice better than with a stick. Don't stab any of the boys. I know from experience that you'll want to. Just hit them with it inside the scabbard. It still hurts."
Okay. You do that. This is still yours though, right? Keep it.
Will looks at it and goes,
Hold on.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah, this weapon that I'm never gonna use.
They rolled 23
Wolf.
on their persuasion check to their cute eyes check.
Okay, Will says, how about this? It's yours, but if I do bring back some extra treasure, you'll have to trade me back.
Okay. Deal.
Does this child have +4 charisma?
This child is just Will. This child is Will. That's what Andrew has decided.
They are trained. They have proficiency in
being a sneaky little brat.
Yeah, not begging, but like, what's a good better word for like the thing kids do?
Wheedling what they need.
I'm getting I'm like the vibe of like a cute dog at the dinner table. Like, just have a little bit.
All right. Will looks back at a 24-year-old reflection of herself. Like 24 years ago, this was me. And goes, sure. But we'll trade if I find better treasure.
Okay. Deal.
Okay. Well, like, that rapier has been passed around to a lot of smaller people, so it's fine.
Once we
by the time that you've arrived at this village and trekked, because it was a fair bit away, like you to fully cross through this valley took you a couple hours. It's later in the afternoon, probably right around dinner time. So it's crossing over into evening.
So we have to climb up to the hold at the dragons.
Is anybody here particularly good at climbing? The gear has a good rope.
I'm particularly good at having a quiet climbing gear. But no.
Well, yes, the gear makes it so that you don't fall. But if we need to get up in an emergency, I can. And like Lydia will like sort of gesture to their back and then point up. But I'd prefer to save that.
Well, I mean, Will understands climbing, but Will is bad at it because I am proficient but have terrible strength.
I would. Can I look? Has Alveron said anything? Oh, Sean's gone.
I can still hear.
Hold on.
Uba
So,
might
like,
be able to.
Hold on. Why are we
I'm
not
used
just
to climbing
assuming
rigging.
Sulveran can do this?
Yeah, wait, can
yeah.
Sulveran do this?
Yeah, we're asking we just all at once look at Sulveran.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
mountain person, you want a
Sulveran
mountain?
Sulveran is going to stare at the mountain and stare at them as they stare back at him. I am capable, but not gracefully. It is not my preferred thing. And but he's already pulling out his ropes. He's got ropes and climbing gear that he already had on him.
Is Alveron? I was gonna say, well, are any other of you good at climbing as well? Because Sulveran, you've expressed.
Above board, this would be an athletics check.
Yeah.
You've got climbing gear, so you're going to have advantage.
Does Uba mention they're good at climbing?
Yeah, Uba says, I've never really climbed a mountain before, but I'm really good at climbing trees from my hunting days.
That'd work.
Yeah. I mean, in my time in the rigging, I've got some advantage on others when it comes to climbing, but this environment would be tricky. I should be able to help, though.
Climbing kits have a specific effect, too, which I think might be important here. How tall is it, Andrew?
It's you're talking about like the 25 feet thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a couple 100 feet kind of thing. Like it's something like a trained, rock climber could do, pretty easily. But to the untrained person would look fairly daunting. As far as like the 25 feet thing, what I'm going to say the climbing tools gives you is that only one person needs to make the check.
Okay.
Everybody else is just following the lead of that
Okay.
person who's setting the climbing tools again.
Well,
whereas if you had no climbing tools, you would all have to make your own checks.
In that case,
oh, sorry. I just wanted to know if powerful build plays into it at all for like belaying and stuff, since it gives him like a large status for push dragon lift. So does that affect
I would give
belay
you
or anything?
Advantage for having that on this particular form of athletics.
Yeah, so Sulveran's going to turn to the others and say, you are all quite light. If you would like to begin the ascent, I can ensure at least that you do not fall.
So we could potentially have Uber climbing and setting the gear, and you looking after Uber.
Looking at Uba, like his confidence definitely grows because, yeah, Uba's not going to fall.
A cinch, I could probably tie a rope to either Will or Alveron and catch them if they fell.
Well, I'm pretty confident that once we've set the climbing gear up, we'll be able to all follow. I don't think any of us are so fit to claim that would be a problem. And Will pulls out her instrument, and it's probably in fiddle form because that's small, but turns it into a Gathite shield and just like with goes to pull the hilt of her rapier to ring it and realizes that's not there and reaches to the other side and finds the dagger and just slams the dagger into the center and like pulls up. It's like a really low bass sound and then like pulls up to make it a keening sound and gives bardic inspiration to both Sulveran and Uber.
Okay.
Cool. So we're doing athletics checks with advantage, and then we can use bardic inspiration if we need it.
Alveron. Sulveran has advantage here. Uba does not.
Okay.
But you do have bardic inspiration.
Okay.
Before we make the ascent, can I also make like a quick prayer for the kids' safety?
Sure.
Uber, you probably don't need the bardic inspiration, as sad as it is. Will's always like every time.
I mean, a 30 might be very good in like the case of like, oh, something goes wrong.
You can always pocket it. It lasts for 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Do you think we'd start fighting the dragon in the next 10 minutes? Probably not.
I think probably we will.
Maybe.
You think we can scale the mountain in 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep it then.
I don't know.
A few hundred feet is. I don't think you could do a few hundred feet in 10 minutes.
I believe,
but Uba could.
Yeah,
okay.
I believe in us as D&D adventurers.
Okay,
25 is pretty good, so a little bit depending on how well Sulveran rolls.
Yeah. So what Sulveran does before he starts bracing Uba is to rig up a harness that he just like fits around Uba very casually and comfortably, and he definitely looks like he's setting up somebody to go on a very high mountain, because it hasn't quite occurred to him that this isn't as dangerous as the mountains he's used to. I'm assuming we're at slightly shallower zones and there's no ice.
Yeah, there's like no ice or anything like that. It very rarely snows in Thrate.
Yeah, so it's his classic overpreparedness, because it still hasn't struck him that there's like no chance of slipping here. And I don't think that's gonna roll, so I'll just do my hand. Yes, it did. Wow, it rolled 1,000,000 dice.
We'll use the 18, so 22.
Yeah. For a moment, like I got a whole solitaire spread of dice.
Would you like to use bardic inspiration?
Yeah, I guess. I have no idea.
Using my DM's voice.
Yeah.
That was definitely a voice.
Yes. He is very inspired. Actually, he looked uncomfortable when that Gathite shield was played, and then he slowly rolled his shoulders out. But yes, he's feeling inspired.
Okay, go ahead, roll. It's a D8 now, I believe.
Yes. Well,
it's actually a D20.
Yeah, it's a D706. I have special. It's a special thing.
It's part of the lore bard.
I 100% knew that was going to be a 1 from the moment I gave that bardic inspiration. I just knew it.
Well, I mean, it's very appropriate because yes, he is actually deeply discomfited by this shield.
Despite how sheer, at least the initial ascent is, there is a good amount of handholds and footings. And between Uba's natural spryness and Sulveran's know-how with rock climbing, you guys are able to ascend fairly swiftly, and it doesn't take you very long before you find yourselves peering into a sort of seemingly natural-looking skylight down into a cave. It is, by the time you're up there, it's like evening, so the sun is a little bit dipped, so it's not providing a clear skylight down into there. But you can see like that there is a large space here, and you're maybe even slightly afraid. You kind of like check to make sure that the stone right around here isn't going to give way, but it seems pretty solid even near the lip of this hole. You, for the moment, don't see anything inside, but you can't see the whole space.
Could we give? Did Will tell the group about the last?
The what?
The telescope. That's what it was.
It's really more like a spyglass. I don't know why I called it a telescope.
Probably not, but will take it out and like look through it into the cave.
Yeah, it's more a matter of like the light and the angles than like distance.
Can Uba see with dark vision?
Fairly dark. You can see a bit more than everybody else, but Sulveran also has dark vision, so I'm taking that into account. It's just quite a big room beyond. You see down there's some like a couple shallow pools of water. You do spy Uba and Sulveran with your dark vision glints of metal down below.
By the way, I can't remember. What is my dark vision nerf to? Is it to 120?
120 feet, yeah.
Okay, I need to fix that.
But pretty far. I've adjusted it on your token, so which is the important bit.
Should we send Uba down there? Sneaky like. See what they can
I don't know.
see.
Uba fucked that up pretty badly the last time, so
You can
Probably
see you could lower yourself straight down through the skylight, but you'll be in the middle of the room. You can also see a way that you could kind of crawl over and then walk down a little bit. That will put you at the edge of the cavern.
We should almost certainly take that walkway and go together. We did speak about not wanting to be picked off one by the dragon.
yeah.
Do we
Uba
want to
kind
try
of
and-
wiggles. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do we want to try and be stealthy about it?
Sure. Let's. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Uba just wiggles their new cape and says, "I would be happy to try and lead if need be." I think that cape gives them advantage on stealth.
I'd be happy for you to lead. Before we do as well, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself. The last 10 minutes.
I'm gonna send you a question, Andrew.
Right.
That's Kelly. Sorry.
Could be. I could look like an Andrew. This is. I could not DM like an Andrew, but I could. Sulveran is going to lean forward and nudge Uba and say, "If you insist on repeating previous events," and he's going to just kind of gently pat him on the shoulder, and he's going to say, go with my lady's eyes and give his vigilant blessing to give advantage on the next initiative roll.
Cool. You hear a slight growl from Uba, but they start moving towards the walkway.
Sulveran raises his head and turns away before Uba can see the very slight smirk appearing on his face.
I'm also gonna throw 8 on us before we go in as well. So everybody can do that.
Beautiful.
Give yourself 5 extra.
Alright. Sure. Will pulls out the bag of Vera falling stones and empties them into her palm. And she looks around for a little bit, kind of looking for something in the sky. And one of the stones elevates off her palm, and it matches roughly the direction of a cloud. And then that cloud begins to slowly move, and the 8 just explode out of her palm into a swirl as that cloud becomes a storm. And I'll cast Beckon Storm to have that set up. And now she just has in her palm a floating storm cloud of Vera stones. And above us, an actual storm.
Is that reflavored? Is that reflavored miniature meteors?
No.
Oh. What is it?
No, I refuse to give more. It's a variant of Cold Lightning.
Oh, okay. Did you take that with your Bardic?
Yeah.
That's cool.
It makes so much sense for Will to have Call Lightning as a spell from being on a ship.
Yeah. Sulveran literally briefly forgets what he's doing. He's staring at those stones and then staring at Will, and then looking back down at those stones. And he just, like a bit of a sigh, and he is going to go ahead and prepare the same way with that Medea did. And yours are max hit points, right?
Yes.
Beautiful, which means we can now share that, and you can the air around him gets a little foggy, a little darker, but it's comforting somehow. And you will take, see how many hit points, if it ever tells you how many hit points. You'll take 8 temp hit points.
Oh yeah, I should mention, when Medea does the aid thing, it looks like 5 or 3 freckles, 2 freckles appear off their face, and then like 1 on Alveron and 1 on Uba, and then they get the extra 5 hit points.
What does that look like on the kobolds?
Like, to imagine with Uba, it's right on the tip of the nose.
A little tiny orange
yes.
dot.
There you go.
Yeah.
Scale just turns holy orange. It's Rudolph.
Yes.
Rudolph Uba.
Did you you gave aid to just Uber, Medea,
And Alveron. Yeah.
Great.
Because I can only do 3 creatures.
Yeah.
And Will doesn't need extra hit points really.
Right.
Well, because we're the 3 that are going to be in the front, yeah.
No, I agree with you. I was just like,
Yeah.
I'd already put it in. It was like, I should have checked that at the time.
You take the 8. You
Go.
take the 8 temp.
Can I get a group stealth check as you all are descending down to make stealthily?
Does Uba do pass without a trace? You're
Uba-
muted.
Uba has
Marisa.
advantage on this as well.
Oh, my
because
bad.
of their new cloak.
Yeah, I'll do pass without a trace.
It'll be-
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the only way I make this stealth check.
Yeah.
I just want to check. Are you saying that each of us makes a stealth check?
Yes, everybody make a stealth check.
And I
It-
have advantage, I
Did
believe.
Alveron not have a spell to cast 10 minutes in advance of a fight?
I know, right?
Okay, I got a 16, so apologize, Beth.
So 16, 29, 28,
Oh,
27.
mine didn't rule out
21.
disadvantage, so hold up. My second one is coming up.
Okay.
Wait, why would Sulveran have advantage?
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Okay.
For the armor as well.
Oh,
So
With
26,
17.
So 16 is the worst.
Yeah. 20. I mean, that's
Factoring
not
in
bad.
the plus 10. That's pretty good, yeah. All right. You guys kind of creep down the noises that might have been made by Medea's new plate mail, muffled by the magic that encompasses Uba. Uba and actually Alveron as well, to everybody around, seem to just blend in with the wall and move violently, especially including the dampening sound effect of Pass Without a Trace. You guys kind of get down to a ledge, and you can see now, I'm going to move you to the map. You can see now, like, the whole of the space. It's quite a large cavernous area. You can see there seems to be treasure kind of piled up in one corner, slightly scattering down a little bit, glinting of coins. You can also see bones piled high in one corner, and then also scattered about the room. A lot of them looking like animal bones, but not all. You do distinctly see a few humanoid skulls in the mix amidst everything else. However, in this cavernous space, you do not see a dragon at the moment. Seem to, as you look about, not be there currently.
Can we possibly do perception checks just to make sure? Because I
Alright.
think it.
Yeah,
You
you
said it
want
can
to
blend in with rocks.
They're all
glance around,
camouflage.
look, take a good look around.
So can I? We can't see all the way into the cavern, right? So it could just be further in.
Sulveran can see the vast majority of the cavern without moving, although not quite all of it, without moving down from this ledge.
Can I use my bardic inspiration since it has probably been almost 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll let you. It's like towards the end of that
Okay.
by the time you're doing this, but
Andrew, Andrew, I just want to note my passive perception at this point is an 18. Don't know if that affects what you have going on in the background.
I'm considering that.
All right.
Oh, do you have observant on Alveron?
No,
Is that a feat?
he's
yeah.
just got expertise.
Then no.
Oh, okay. You just real good eyes.
Yeah. My rules are not as good as my eyes, but
Yeah, see what Sulveran gets on that perception check. That'll make a difference.
If it ever loads, I think I might just have to see.
Is it just not rolling?
Would it break
It's
stealth to
just
climb down?
extremely slow sometimes.
Would it
Would it break stealth to go down the rocky outcropping?
Not necessarily, but if you start to move in this area, I might need you to make more checks.
No, I just want to adjust.
That's a +5 on whatever it eventually rolled, but that doesn't help.
Moving
So
down off the platform, I would say would require another stealth check because it's difficult enough that it's not like simply just walking off.
I'm not trying to go down the platform, just move in front of Uba.
You can move around where you're at without
Yeah.
I've just placed you kind of down my way. Okay, 3. Okay. Well, I'm sure it's got modifiers, but not enough to overcome the low roll.
Just horrible.
Okay. You guys give it a really good look about. You think that the dragon might not be here at the moment. Otherwise, it is sleeping and not moving at all. And you just are completely unable to spot it.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, Uba, go first.
I was gonna say, I think Uba, after kind of glancing around, is gonna whisper just to be safe, but say, I think one of the most successful ways to hunt a large animal is an ambush. Perhaps we can place ourselves about the cavern and attack the dragon once it returns.
That's a good idea.
I will tell you now that it looks like the stream. What is it to reload? Just getting blank.
Damn it. Oh,
what the hell? Can everybody see the map?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Weird. Well, I'll fix it in a second. So this is going to be the center right here of the skylight. Actually, it's right here. That's the center of where the skylight's coming from. And it goes around. The actual skylight itself is maybe like this big, but the light kind of goes around to this way.
When it came back, I served as something to draw its attention so that, because I'm not very stealthy, you all maybe have a much better chance to get the drop on it.
Sure. How far is it down from this copying to the floor?
It's only like 5 or 10 feet, but it's kind of craggly. It's 10 feet.
Sulveran's going to kind of touch Wolf's shoulder as she's speaking. Did you not say that it can burrow?
Yep. Also, it can blend into walls and things like that. It could still be here, but it seems that potentially we need to beckon it out if we're going to fight it. Otherwise, we're stuck in here till it comes back, or till it realizes we're here.
Well,
Unless
anyone, do you all want me to descend now? Or do you want Uber to go ahead and see if they can find anything there? Or do you want to handle this?
Will kind of looks at Uber to see if Uber's happy to go down and have a look around.
Yeah, Uba nods and says, I'm willing to take a look. Just be prepared in case it is here against the walls or underneath our feet.
Will nods and will turn to Uber and say, if it does appear and try and attack you, you should try and run to where Medea will drop down and Alveron and things, and I'll give you bardic inspiration.
Uba normally would kind of make a face at the idea of running away, but considering that this is a giant dragon, they nod. So I guess, should I just do a stealth check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do me.
But that
Okay,
was a
I think
1.
I'll save the bardic inspiration for now then.
Right. You quietly move down the rocks without kicking or rolling any, or to get to the bottom. Place down here. Nope. Okay. Oh, I have to reset my foundry real quick. I think that's going to kick you out, but it'll just take a second.
All right.
That's fine. Perhaps it will make it faster. I don't understand. I can run all the things, but Foundry?
I may turn hardware acceleration on.
What browser are you using, Charlie?
I've tried it in both Chrome and Firefox. My computer has
Internet Explorer.
Actually, because I use Internet Explorer for a specific ancient app I run, I have in fact tried it on Internet Explorer accidentally.
I can continue narrating though. You step down. You kind of move in the space. You can see piled high this treasure that I've described previously, mostly in coins, but you spy in there a couple gems. What seems to be an open chest, containing some items. But even looking behind the various rocks, you don't see any dragon.
Uba,
it was dragon all along.
I think Uba desperately wants to take some coins, but knows that they're trying to be stealthy, so they're gonna restrain themselves for now.
You guys should be able to walk back in.
Yeah, I think they'll walk back. They're not gonna climb up the rocky cliff, but they're gonna gesture for everyone that it's safe to come down.
I'm just going to move you around so that the platform is a little bit...
Okay, and they're going to gesture to keep being quiet just to be safe, but...
Does Uba come back to the group before gesture? Like, wait below the croppings or something?
Yeah, Uba is, like, at the bottom of the outcropping, but they're not going to climb back up.
Yeah, because Pass Without a Trace has a radius, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Yes, so if you guys want to move yourselves around the map somewhere else, once you're loading in, you may do so. I'm gonna make a roll.
Hopefully this thing is back by 8 hours.
You just camp in here. You just make it our house now.
You know, Sulveran has a solution for that.
What time did we arrive in the cavern? Like mid-noon?
No. The sun was setting, so this is like
Would we...
winter time, so 5 or 6.
Did Will learn if these things are nocturnal or not?
Yeah, they hunt at night because it's of their coloring.
Yeah, they do like to hunt at night. But that doesn't mean they're completely nocturnal.
So it would probably come back with prey at some point in the night.
Yeah, that's reasonable to think. You're not sure why it's out at the moment, but
Okay.
Will's gonna stay up on the ledge.
okay.
Is this place more than a mile from the village?
Yes,
Okay.
a couple miles.
Did your elk vanish out from underneath the child?
No, the elk doesn't disappear. I can just no longer communicate with it beyond a mile.
Yeah, because it took you guys a couple hours to walk here, so you guys can walk.
Oh, I wouldn't have pranked the child like that. I wouldn't have done an epic prank on the child.
All right. Is this your hideout position then, where everybody's standing?
You said we can climb down just fine, right? Like, we don't need to make an
it's
additional
definitely
stop.
not hard, but it's hard to do without making noise because it's like just piled rocks below the ledge. So
Medea will say they're not going to try and be particularly stealthy because they don't think they can without like tons of magical assistance. So where'd you say the skylight comes down? Okay.
I think it's more obvious for the people who have no dark vision.
Yeah.
The radius of the skylight.
Is everybody fine with Medea just waiting at the skylight?
Or why don't I make it a bit better?
Wow, that's a lot of gold, Andrew. That's got to be at least 20,000.
It's just all sitting there.
I think Uba's going to gesture to Medea to maybe move near this outcropping, since
Where?
where Uba is. Can you see? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It'll block you, so I don't think you'll have to be super stealthy as long as you just stand still.
Yeah, so this circle is roughly the at least the light radius of the skylight. So skylight, like the whole width is going to be about half of that.
Okay.
Or the radius or whatever area.
So it wouldn't Medea's not immediately obvious.
No. I mean, especially behind that rock. They're flying in a very strange way.
Okay.
As you guys are preparing, the sun moves into moonlight. And so everything, even where the skylight is dim light at this point, although it's still brighter than the areas without the skylight. You all begin to hear as you see at first a just black outline, even with your dark vision, because of the light differential, slowly descending. This dragon appears and alights right about here. You can see it's much smaller than Iracondis. It's maybe around the same size as Medea's elk, a little bit bigger than that in terms of like the core of its body. Its tail, however, flicks out almost like a snake's tongue, just like feeling up the air. You'd see it looking about, smelling the air. It says,
in the hours we wait, can we take a 30-minute short rest?
If you would like, I'm gonna say this is like 2 hours. It doesn't take that long.
Okay, I was just gonna say because some people will get stuff back, like I know Channel Divinity is.
Get my bardic inspiration back, sitting here waiting for a dragon.
I'm gonna look to Uba and see if Uba tells me to go forward or not.
I think Andrew said the dragon was about to say something, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I was just answering the question. It sniffs the air and it's. I can't see you, but I smell. Shh, my cave. And it like it's a red eyes glance about the space.
Oh,
As it
look to Uba.
looks over in the direction of where Medea is.
Mhm.
I think, would it be possible for Uba to try and flank it first? Or would Uba get spotted immediately as soon as they step out?
Oh, not immediately. It's looking at Medea, so it's going to be pretty hard. I forget how long has passed by the trace last.
It was an hour, so it's
Okay,
done.
so that makes it a little bit more difficult.
Okay. If that's the case, I think
It's
Uba.
not impossible, but it's going to be a really hard roll.
Okay. I think Uba's going to gesture for Medea to step out then.
When we saw the shadow, would I have had time to do something as a bonus action before this thing landed in the cave?
Yes, as long as it's not something that is going to make a lot of light or noise.
No, it'd just be shield of faith.
I have a thing to do when.
Oh wait, no, that would be a
steps out as well. So
yeah, I would say that casting Shield of Faith as it's landing is gonna require you to make another stealth check if you want to do that, and not the stealth.
No, I'll wait. And then Medea, Uba gestures. Medea will step out.
Okay.
Walk towards the dragon.
It's on all fours. It raises its head up as you start to walk out.
Medea will extend the spear at their side. Well,
Hunter, my lair.
Medea will crack their neck.
Have you come to fight me?
I'd like to get your name first. They call you many names around the bar. Only recently learned you were a dragon.
And looks at you and is like, it's ready for you to lunge at it. It's kind of waiting for the fight to begin. This to it is just pre-battle banter at this current moment. As I, the famed terror, Calicrix.
That's close enough. Medea will interpose themselves between the dragon and Will as well.
At this point,
slowly
roll initiative because it's going to lunge.
Okay. I'm trying to. Is it fine if during the talk I'm slowly circling it to interpose
Yeah, I think
myself?
it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, it wants to give its a name first. Shit. Ugh, God, terrible.
I'll roll mine in a second. Sorry.
You said Will wanted to do something before this began as well.
Yeah, I was going to do something when it said its name, but it's fine to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was going to say its name and then lunge. So.
Yeah, I think Will wanted to know its name before casting a spell, but if I can't do that, then that's fine.
Is a spell a full
action? On the character sheet, where is the? Where is the roll for initiative?
So on the character sheet, it's going to be where it says I and I. but you can also go into the combat tracker and click on it there, which is the little fist in the top right.
Right.
Oh, Uba has, you have set. Oh boy, we did not get great rolls. It doesn't see the rest of the party. It seems, or it has its attention on me.
I'm gonna probably say that if Sulveran doesn't want to be seen at the moment, they have to be standing somewhere else.
Yeah,
It's kind of
I
just in the middle of nowhere.
I was trying to drag him, and then that's when he pulled
working.
up. So yeah, but
Okay.
I was trying to get him there.
Where you want to be? I can move you.
But he would have been against the wall.
Okay.
Would you let me?
Yeah, it was based off all your stealth checks. Medea was the one that noticed first, and they kind of made themselves known, so kind of stopped worrying about that.
Would could I use, by the way, like talking to it as the verbal component of Shield of Faith?
No.
Okay.
You have to. If the spell has a verbal component, you have to say certain things, like to cast the spell. It's not just any words.
Okay.
So I couldn't get a spell off because it was a full action spell, was what you were saying.
Not if you wanted to do it after it said its name, but before combat started.
That's fine.
Yeah, that would have been too
specific a time.
Too specific a time, yeah. Well, I'll allow it if you want to say like that you had pre-planned the question a little bit, but if it's just something that you think would be more off the cuff.
I think it was because Will would have done it earlier, but was interested in the answer.
Okay.
So therefore, I'm happy to do it, not do it in time.
That's fine.
Right.
All right.
Do the people who are hidden get the surprised condition on it?
It is not surprised because combat is happening. If
but people are effectively hidden.
I always want to double.
Yeah, but it knows that there's things in its lair.
That's true. Yeah.
It would be weird for it to just be like, "Oh, this will be the only thing," and I will just assume that is true. Like,
to be fair, these things were said to be kind of dumb.
Well, average intelligence, which is the same as Sulveran. So.
This is true.
I don't think that I would think it out of character for Sulveran to be like, there might be more enemies in a room that has enemies in it.
Yeah, it's certainly not surprise according to 5e rules because it is initiating combat.
Mm-hmm. Would people be getting advantage because they're hidden from it?
Alveron certainly, if they were making a ranged attack, would get sneak attack here, even if Medea wasn't standing next to them. For ranged attacks, you would have advantage. If you're moving into melee with it, no, because it's going to see you move out into its space.
Okay.
You have to kind of traverse that line of sight to get to it.
Who starts the combat?
It's Alveron's turn. I'm sorry, I thought I said that.
Oh. Okay.
So at this point, distance. I think I'm gonna hold my action at this point and see where the movement takes us.
Okay.
So I will go on hold.
What action do you want to hold? Because in 5e you have to like ready an attack or ready whatever.
At this point, I think ready an attack.
Okay. And that will only go off it if it gets into range of you as well.
Yep. I mean, can't I interrupt with a movement action?
Not
But
in
if I
5e.
interrupt or no?
No.
Gotcha.
You can. I would allow you to do that, but you can't because it's basically going to happen as a reaction. You get to do one thing as a reaction by holding.
Understood.
It's unlike past editions where you could like hold your whole turn. Do that in 5e.
Okay, totally tracking then. All right, so I will hold then, and then if the opportunity comes up, I will make my action. Roger.
Uba.
Okay, so I think that Uba learned their lesson from the Drake and isn't going to run in right away.
Sorry, just before Alveron, if you wanted to Misty Step behind it, I would still give you advantage and sneak attack.
Oh, shit.
Because that is a thing you can do. I know it's been a while since we've had combat, so I will remind you of that.
It's been 10 sessions since Alveron was in a combat with us, played by Sean.
My only problem is also I can't technically see the dragon from where I am.
I mean, you can peek around.
No, I know. From where my token is, I can't see the dragon.
Oh, I see. Because of the way the lines of sight work, so that's fine. I will.
Yeah.
Peek you down a little bit. You could Misty Step to like there.
Okay. And then get a sneak attack in on the dragon from behind?
Yeah.
Oh, hell. Who could resist that? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Shot this dragon.
Yo,
Instantly
yeah,
crit.
I wish, Jack. I fucking wish.
You could teleport on top of it.
True.
On top of its spiky body.
Yes.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
What could go wrong? All right. Yeah, sure. I will Misty Step behind the dragon for my turn. And then, all right, with my reaction, I will cast Hex.
What?
With your bonus action, you mean?
Yes, sorry. With bonus
Yes.
action Hex.
I knew what you meant.
Isn't Misty Step a bonus action?
That is
Okay,
true.
I'll use
You
mine.
you can't
I
you
can
can't
only
do
use one of
both
those at a time.
that way.
Okay. Well, I will still take sneak attack and regular damage on the dragon, and then I suppose next turn is when I will cast Hex.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Regular attack roll first, and then I will add
With
sneak
advantage.
attack.
So shift click.
Oh, I probably have to go into the actual character sheet then, because I can't just use the hotkey.
Oh yeah, I don't know if it works like that.
You can shift click the hotkey.
Is it just shift and then the number then?
You can just click the actual icon on the hotkey too.
Oh, all right. I will try that.
I don't use hotkeys because I'm always the GM. That's so much stuff.
Oh, there we go. Whoa!
Alveron rolled so bad in combat.
I
forgot.
I swear it's the worst with Alveron.
And Alveron, yeah, I don't have bardic inspiration. Okay, you teleport behind this creature, and you're like, it's wide open. You stab out, and your rapier thrusts into hard scales, and it's just plinked off as it yells, "Maggots! Foul creatures!" And then Zuba's turn.
Right.
Now it's Zuba's turn. Sorry, Marisa.
Oh no, you're all good. So I think now Uba saw that the dagger didn't do a whole lot, or the sword. So they're going to move to here. Oh, hold on. I have to move around it. They're going to move here, I believe is close enough. Yeah. And Uba is going to cast Hunter's Mark on it. So they're going to kind of flick their hand and a little gold light appears kind of on its nose, and Uba's eyes go big at the shiny light. They're going to try and use their Dragon's Breath.
Nice.
Which I think, do you want me to just roll 2d6? Or can I click on it?
You should be able to click on it, I think. Is that right?
Okay, let me try.
I put it in your spells, is what I did.
Okay.
Oh, that works. It's going to make a con save, which it does succeed. But it still takes half. So It's going to take 3 points of thunder damage.
Hmm.
As Uba steps up, and from their mouth, reminiscent of Iracondas, but clearly not as powerful, a boom, thunderous lightning, or sorry, not lightning, a thunderous breath weapon attack launches at the dragon as it like just laughs at you.
That's rude. Oh,
all right.
I forgot my extra d6 for Hunter's Mark. Sorry. Can I do that?
It only applies on weapon attacks.
Oh, okay.
So this thing still goes for me.
Good looking out, though. All right. The dragon's turn. It is going to. Okay. Gonna make a claw attack against Alveron.
Yep.
Put things off.
500 damage.
I'm ready for it, honest to God.
Well, that definitely hits.
Yeah, it
You
does.
take 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Okay, this thing's got a +10 to hit.
That's actually wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. It should be +9.
Yes,
It was
that's
so-
all.
20, a
in
28,
that case-
obviously.
I mean, it still hits. I rolled a 19. I'm never not going to miss.
No.
How much does this thing have adamantium claws, and that's a crit?
Got a 1 in there for some reason.
As long as it's only +9 to hit.
Yeah. That's what really matters. Sometimes Times Foundry adds numbers, and I can't figure out why.
Okay. But that damage is actually wrong as well. I realize now that I set this monster a little bit wrong.
Oh.
So it's actually 14 points of damage. More damage,
Oh.
the attack modifier should be lower. It's going to step away, so you can take an attack of opportunity, Alveron, if you would like.
Yes, I think I will, and it still counts as a sneak attack because it's now on its turn instead of my turn.
Yes, that's correct.
So I'll make the attack.
Yeah, that one hits.
All right, and then I will add sneak attack to it.
Wait, don't you have the expanded crit as well?
Yeah, a 19 is an
Oh, okay.
expanded crit for me, not.
Not 18.
Wait,
Yeah.
isn't yours 3D? Okay, yeah, it's just bad rolls.
Yes.
Dead times.
Thank you for drawing attention to. Ooh.
At least the damage roll was good.
Yeah. I mean,
Why-
16 points isn't bad.
Why didn't that rapier include your dexterity mod for damage?
Good question.
I'm not sure actually why it
Should
didn't.
certainly be more damage.
Alveron actually just isn't dexterous at all. He's been fooled.
No,
Don't lie.
Let me take a
Alveron's dex should be a +7 if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, I know why. Somehow it's been written as +1 instead of +.
You have a +7 to your dex? What?
No, sorry, I think that's for stat. And that includes proficiency bonus. But the dex
Is it
is
a-
still 18.
Okay, so an extra 4.
Should be
damage.
fixed for the future. So it's
I was like,
Yeah, +4.
I was pretty sure Alveron did not have a 24 dexterity.
13 to 20 in total.
Right. Andrew,
Steps away
Did
from
you say you fixed it going forward?
I did fix it going forward. Yeah, your rapier
Roger.
damage should be correct.
Okay.
It's the +1 rapier, so somewhere when we did that, your mod got removed.
Okay.
So you lunge at this thing, catching it with a solid blow as it moves away. And it moves away in order to make a bite attack against Medea.
Does this thing have reach?
It has 10 feet on its
Okay.
bite.
I will.
That misses.
Woof.
Yeah, Medea's got armor out the wazoo.
Yeah,
Alright.
the plate armor actually made all the difference there.
It's then going to make a tail attack against Uba.
I took the bite attack, so I'm okay with it.
My memory of this dragon is that is, I think the tail's the worst one, but
The bite attack is usually dragon.
I will
19.
cutting words, Andrew. I'll cutting words it, and
Alright.
Will like from her perch, yells out, "Strange of you to call us maggots when you're just a worm."
Okay.
And
Roll. You cutting words the attack roll or the damage?
the attack roll.
Okay, so that turns into a miss.
Thank you.
No worries.
It instead slammed these two prongs into the rock pillar behind you with it says rumble shake of the ground.
I did not like that.
I also need everybody to make me wisdom saving throws for its attack.
All of us?
God.
Yes, everybody who can see it.
Oh.
Okay, mine's a +8. So that's a 19.
The DC, I will tell you, is 14.
Woof, I did not.
I'm just making sure that I get rid of that bardic inspiration before failing his wisdom save.
Oof.
So
I don't think
Alveron's
I should
failed.
spend that-
Everybody else is good. Or will.
What
I
about
do
Will?
not think I should spend that advantage on this.
Yeah, only Alveron has succeeded. So yes, you could spend your advantage if you want.
Nah, I'll save it. I think I will need it later.
Okay, so you're currently frightened. You can't willingly move closer to the creature, and any attacks you make against it now have disadvantage.
None of all my research mentioned anything about being frightened, and was like, "Oh yeah, all dragons do that. That's just
It's
a
just
dragon,
a dragon
thing."
thing.
They're just really scary, man.
All right, Alveron, as it hits you, just rakes you with this claw, you are suddenly aware of how powerful this creature is before you, and you grow suddenly fearful. It is then going to be Will's turn as the dragon kind of is trying to keep all of its opponents in its eyes, so flicking its head back and forth.
Will, for a moment, Will steps forward. Move Will forward a bit. So Will steps forward, and for a moment, her eyes dart around, and she's pinpointing where everybody is, and seeing slightly Alveron's face change as the dragon fight begins, and all of these things start happening. And she's taking all of that information in, and she whips out her instrument, which has changed back to a fiddle, and she starts playing. And one of her fingers plays on the fretboard, plays one song, and she plucks a separate song, and a spectral hand appears and starts a third song, and then a fourth song, and all of the information she's passing and all of these decisions she's constantly making just emanate outwards in a boom of music. And I'll cast Crippling Indecision on the dragon.
All right, is that a wisdom save and save?
Yes.
Wisdom?
Yeah.
Horrible.
I don't know why this rolled something for that. Does no damage.
Okay.
It rolled a d20.
The spell effect?
It had
Sad
slightly
times.
worse than 50-50, and I happened to roll well.
So much for average mental stats.
It is proficient in wisdom saving throws. That's its one saving grace.
Oh, good. But doesn't do anything. Fail save.
All right. The magic washes over it, and it kind of shrugs it off and says, "Cannot foul me with cheap tricks," and is going to use a legendary action.
Well, then I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway if that had
That sounds bad.
To
We could have burned through
make
it.
a tail attack against Medea, or at least attempt to make a tail attack. Oh no, that hits.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Okay,
Wait, that's hitting who?
It didn't do the critical, so let me. This is hitting Medea. Medea, you're
So
gonna
how much is
take
that total?
23 points of damage as the tail
Ouch.
just stabs
Okay.
you, finding a chink in your plate mail before recoiling. It feels like you've just been struck by two swords.
It instantly bloodies Medea.
Medea looking wounded at the
Or-
moment. And it is your turn.
Medea's going to walk up to this thing, crack their neck, and I'm going to bonus action use Vow of Enmity.
Okay.
And then for my action, I'm going to use Lay on Hands to heal myself back to full, and I'm going to look at this thing and just say, "Try again." I'm back to full.
And don't forget about your temp HP as well.
Oh, do we still have that?
That lasts until you take a long rest, or you get new temp HP.
Where are we getting it from?
Yeah.
Okay, how much was it?
8.
8. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all temp HP works that way.
Okay, so
unless
I
it's
took
like specifically
much?
attached to a particular spell.
So I took 23 minus 8. So I took 15. So I only needed to spend 15 points of Lay on Hands,
Okay,
which isn't
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I mentioned
and
it, 'cause
then
it's
and then
changes
this
that.
thing and then this thing is marked by what looks like a golden collar of like orange light around it for the Vow of Enmity.
All right.
And then that is my turn. Oh, yeah. I'm going to also move around its threatened space to about here,
Okay, you'll
so that Alveron and Medea are now within my.
I'm gonna use this
Is
for
that-
the vow. All right. It's then gonna be Sulveran's turn. Sulveran?
All right. So Medea, you healed yourself all the way back, right?
Yeah, Medea just. I lost my hit points,
Okay,
but Medea is essentially just like, try again.
got it. So yeah, in that case, I do not need to do the heals I had planned.
Alveron as
Alveron, you
well
took
should
like 14 hits. You took like 14. You did get a heal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have
Alveron-
some temporary hit points, but
Okay, yeah, you did do.
All right. So yeah, you just lost temporary hit points and a little bit of regular.
yeah, I'm not in a bad place right now.
Okay. So in that case, and the temp hit points are preserved from the Twilight Sanctuary, right? Is that where you're?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So you could do
in
that again for Medea and Alveron. For the other two, it would just. It would just
put it.
It would potentially lower the amount of temp HP that they have, actually, but.
Okay.
Actually, no, it couldn't lower it, but they wouldn't get any additional ones unless you just happen to roll better.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're just gonna, cross our fingers and hope that we don't need it immediately and that we can wait on that one. And he is going to roll out his shoulders, and he reaches down, but he doesn't actually pull his alpenstock. He still has his shield in hand. He just actually lays his hand lightly on his alpenstock. And when he lifts his hand away, an echo of it appears right next to the dragon with the spiritual weapon. And so,
Yep.
and it is faint and frost-like. All right, does a 26 hit?
Yes, it does. It is 8 points of damage.
I would hope a
Bashing
26 hits.
magical alpenstock.
What does an alpenstock look like? I haven't looked that up this whole time.
So
It's like
an
a-
alpenstock is an ice tool that one uses
Oh,
to
it's
climb
one of
mountains
those.
with your feet. So his looks like a a bird's head with the front where you could pick it into the ice and the back where you could hammer out things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a little pointy tip at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like long enough for him to actually like plant his hand on it and use it to like find his footing in the snow. All right. So on the spiritual weapon, this is the first time I've had the chance to use it, and it's not entirely clear to me when I cast it. Is it still a bonus action when it's first cast?
Yes.
No.
So you
when you cast it, you make an attack.
Yeah.
After
So it's
that, it's a bonus action.
Okay. So it's
The
just
first
an action
trait
in the
will
first
still
round.
cast.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I totally misunderstood what you were asking then.
Okay.
Good thing Jack knew.
All right. So my action is spent, but I have the bonus, right?
Other way around.
Okay.
It costs a bonus action to cast, and when you cast it, it doesn't attack, so you still have your action.
Okay.
I thought that's what you meant. I was right.
Okay. That's what I thought I meant too, and then I just got confused.
No, it was my fault.
All right. So I still have.
I think you've asked
my
me that
action.
question before, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to use it yet.
I'm going to use a halberd token just for the time being. I will have to try to find an appropriate alpenstock to use for later.
I can send you one. I have one available. Yeah, and so now he is going to just also almost like an echo of the alpenstock that just hit him. A second bird appears, this time from the skylight and just sweeping down. And that's Toll the Dead. Did it not roll the way I wanted it to? Wisdom saving throw.
Right.
Which, we now know he's powerful
I'm also
against.
rolling great.
Yeah, you really are. But you could have rolled a 0 and still, or a 3 and still have passed that one. So
No, it's a
it's a +6.
Oh, okay.
Again, 50/50.
I was looking at the wrong button. I was looking
pretty
at
close.
I was looking at it was like a 15 plus 15. So what the fuck? All right.
That would be crazy.
All right. It still takes half, right? No, save or sec. Okay, yeah, cantrips.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and then he's just gonna just step a little bit further back.
They're multiplying. Rats. At the end of your turn, it is going to use a legendary action to make a call. No, it's gonna whip its tail around at Uba.
Man.
Oh no.
Hitting for 14 points of damage.
Ow.
As you are flashed in your side by these blade-like tails.
Hopefully Uba doesn't go down.
Right, now it's Alveron's turn.
All right, I will use my bonus action to apply a hex to the Grey Dragon.
Right, it's now hexed.
And I will impose, as part of hex, it now has disadvantage on wisdom saving throws. Just so everyone else in the party is tracking. It has disadvantage on wisdom saving throws as well.
Isn't hex ability checks not saving throws?
Or sorry, it is a wisdom ability checks, but
yeah,
should still.
That's very.
It is. I apologize.
I almost believed you. You said it with enough confidence. I would have let it fly.
I knew for a fact that wasn't how hex worked, and I was just assuming that you had a better hex.
There we go. That is the power of saying things with confidence close to midnight. Things happen. But yes, it is ability checks, specifically wisdom.
Right.
So that is my best attempt at helping to fix that. And now...
I mean, it gives you extra damage either way. So.
Yes, either way, extra damage. But hopefully this helps with this thing. And I should be able to change it also later if I need to. But other than that, I know I failed that ability save earlier. Is there a chance to re-roll that ability save to get rid of the negative modifiers?
Yes, it happens at I believe, the end of your turn. Double check. Oh, I didn't actually output it. I should have done. 1 minute. Yeah, the end of each of your turns.
You have a +3 to your wisdom saves now, by the way.
Say again?
You have a +3 to your wisdom saving throws now.
Cool.
Because
I'm within 10 feet.
You.
Yes.
Well, it takes.
All right. In which case, so just to make sure, Andrew, making sure I understand fully, I have a disadvantage on attack rolls.
Right.
Against.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and you can't move towards it, but you could like chuck a dagger.
You could throw if you have them. Uba.
I think the best thing is probably then I will hold for defense and then make the
Okay.
make the roll at the end.
Take the dodge action and then.
Yeah, I'll take the dodge
Makes
action
sense.
for this round then.
Okay, go ahead and make your saving throw, and we'll mentally add the +3.
And you said it's wisdom, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
All right, we'll add the +3.
Oh yeah, that crushes it. So 21. Right. You take a moment, get into defensive pose. You've now got Medea a little bit in front of you, and their shiny new plate mail, and you feel comforted again that you do got this. You can kill this creature in fact.
All right.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use its last legendary action. Well, until we get back around.
It has 4.
There's 3.
Oh, okay.
This is the last one. To make a claw attack against Medea.
Okay.
Missing. Just like against your
So you
armor.
just fucking puts the claw.
Alright. Then Uba's turn.
Okay, so I think Uba's gonna step up to the dragon and they're gonna use their emerald dagger twice since they have double attack now.
They do.
Boop. Oh man.
15. Oh, you don't have Bardic Inspiration anymore. Yeah, unfortunately, both of those. You strike it, but the dagger is turned away by these tough scales, hard, almost like steel. You're not able to find a good soft spot in which to drive home. Your attacks are rebuffed. The creature.
I think that's all I can do.
Uba got rebuffed.
Ridiculous. All right.
Biddy-do.
Dragon's turn. Staring down Medea, who has challenged it. Oath of Enmity, it's like, just to remind myself, it has negatives for attacking other people. How does that work again?
No, I just have advantage on any attack I ever make against it for a minute, and that's...
Got it. Okay, it's been a while. I think it's still going to unleash all of its attacks on you.
Yeah.
Or at least
this has probably been a poor idea, but...
It's
really...
0.2. I'll start with the bite.
Oof.
Moving into the claw. That misses.
25. You said 25. So...
Oh.
And then finishing...
I'll cutting words the tail.
Okay.
It's going to have to go real well.
Will steps forward, or like raises her hand and says, "You keep flailing like a child."
So that's...
That one is not as good at times.
So how much is that total? That's 46?
46. Yeah.
Okay. So
you were cutting words the attack, right?
Yeah, I will always cutting words the attack unless it's sense. Like I will definitely specify if I'm doing the damage.
All right.
Medea is near completely bloodied again.
I'll deal with you. That's it. It directs that to Will later. It's then Will's turn.
Will like just rips into her coat, pulls out the stones, and this time, knowing that there's a cloud close by, she just like the stones explode into her palm, and I'll cast Beacon Storm, and the storm just jags a lightning bolt directly. It's very hard to find a point like the exact center of this. Can I miss everybody if I hit the? Oh, the spiritual weapon's fine. I'll hit like that corner, so it doesn't.
Yeah, the spiritual weapon's not gonna take damage.
I thought that was Sulveran. I'm like, that's a weird thing for Sulveran.
So like here.
Hang on, I'm casting the spell. Give me a second. Here.
Oh, that seems wrong.
Well, that did the big giant size. It's just a 5-foot point within a point.
I don't remember which is which. This one. No, that's wrong.
Sorry.
I'm gonna delete both of them. That's okay. I think the fight's all gonna happen underneath this circle. So it needs to make a dex save.
Yep, 17.
Fail.
Takes 15 points of damage.
Right.
Lightning damage.
Lightning. Up from the storm above, cracks down, blasting the area around the dragon, dealing it 15 points of damage.
And I will look at Alveron and point to like an underside section of the dragon and say, I'm pretty sure it's weaker there. And like just point to like a little muscle that you can maybe stab your rapier into and give you bardic inspiration.
It is going to cry out, and then at the end of your turn, since things are refreshed, it is going to make a claw attack against Uba this time.
Oof.
In frustration, it roars out and flashes you, Uba, for 10 points of damage. And then it is going to be back to Medea.
Medea is going to grab their spear and like hold it in their hand and just look to Sulveran and say, if you've got anything you can do, that would be great. But then Medea is going to just try and kill this. I will make 2 attacks with advantage.
The second one hits.
Yeah.
1 hit as well.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, and then I'm going to dump some smites into this.
So really, just 2 1s on the damage rolls.
A 2, a 1, and a 1 on. So let me put my smites in. Okay, so that's going to be I'm also going to try and reposition slightly as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention.
That's okay. You just move your token.
Like just here.
Okay, you.
Because I want to interpose myself again. And then I'm going to. I'll just roll all the d8s together. So
That's
it'll
fine.
be.
So, what?
5d8 radiant.
That's 1 first level and a second level.
Yes, as it's 30 points of damage.
That makes up for the not good.
Much better.
That's going to be 42 points of damage total. As Medea just strikes for the neck, attempting to pull red from the orange.
With that, the creature becomes bloodied as you. These attacks don't seem to go that deep. They're not quite able to punch that deep into the actual flesh of the dragon, but the radiant energy that you pour strikes deep down in as it lets out a pained roar. You dart around as you're doing this, moving, kind of maybe jumping over Uba or trying to maneuver past them. At the end of your turn, it is definitely going to use its second legendary action to tail attack you.
Yeah,
Die! It screams.
I will cutting words this one as well.
All right.
And an attempt to stop it. Will says you should just succumb and let us kill you already. I'm so tired. What the?
No.
Sorry, dear. Apparently, cutting words don't help you.
That brings me down.
Oh no.
Fun fact. Okay, yeah, no, I'm down.
Yeah, I just rolled a 4, 4, a 5, and a 6 on that.
So as you start to stagger, Sulveran just calls out to you, and like it starts like the first word that he like starts saying, it's clearly in Gathite, but he doesn't get enough out of it for it to be like a fully understandable. But then he just redirects and says sharply, Medea, and nothing further to trigger that trade.
Medea will do it. Are you doing the thing?
Yeah, so you can trade a death save for staying on your feet.
Okay. I will make that then, and I still have advantage.
Correct.
23, and I'm going to dump another smite into the thing.
Nice.
Just awful rolls, really.
It's one of the few situations where going down actually is not that bad because you're now getting an extra free attack on it.
So this thing's going to take 13 extra points of damage.
You see Medea like go down to one knee, like seemingly about to fall unconscious as Sulveran calls out to them, and then suddenly, with renewed strength, stab up into the creature's face as a gash up into its mouth. It is, like I said, it's bloodied now. Not quite like super. It's not like looking on its last legs, but it is hurt for sure. It's then going to be Sulveran's turn.
This is why I didn't use a concentration spell.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in. So Sulveran is just going to stalk forward, and as he comes to a stop, he is going to reach down to Medea, who I'm assuming is still a little bit staggered. Or no, you've fallen completely, right?
Yeah, Medea is just
did Medea land on a knee or did Medea land prone?
I'm prone, I'm pretty sure, because I'm unconscious.
Alright. So he is just going to he's not even going to crouch for this. He is just going to place his like boot against Medea's side. It's not a kick, it's just very deliberate. And he is going to go ahead and just going to give me the choice. One sec, sorry. Yeah, right. So he's just humming. He actually sounds calm. It's not a song. It's just like a, kind of like Alveron was on the ship. And cure wounds for 30.
Wow, those dice. God. It's
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, at least it was upcasted.
Yeah, now I'm up.
Yeah, you got that going for you. And then his bonus action is... Alright, so bonus action is only to move the alpenstock, right?
The move and attack, it does both in the one bonus action.
Okay. And so yeah, the alpenstock is just gonna like swing around, almost like it's placing itself between Alveron and the dragon, and it's going to hit it. And I can't move the alpenstock, but he's gonna step right there. He's just gonna.
Let me
Wow.
Well, I mean, did you roll the attack?
Yeah.
It didn't. I hit the wrong button because I'm a fool.
Okay. You're our cleric.
Okay, you should be able to move it.
Alright.
That unfortunately misses. You
Still, yeah.
Rebounds against the scales.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, so Sulveran has just kind of like still got his boot against Medea's side. Like sort of standing over them. Like they kind of probably remember.
Yeah.
Like old times.
Medea's done this before.
Going to use its last legendary action to look at Sulveran and say, don't interfere with me and my prey. as a tail attacks you. Man, I'm rolling great tonight for 15 points of damage.
You
I
never
was
roll
gonna
bad
say,
with your
like,
monsters.
I've been on a
The
hot streak for like the
disparity.
past month. So
When are you gonna be on your losing streak?
don't
When are you
know.
gonna suck fucking shit when you play a monster,
If-
man?
If all of you die and Will kills this with Beck and Storm, I get all the treasure, is my understanding.
No,
You'll
wait a
find that too.
second.
Medea's ghost will haunt you as a revenant for the rest of your life.
It's gonna be Alveron, so no.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right.
I am the only
will-
one with gentle repose.
I
Yeah,
will
I can't do anything.
close, and I don't believe I have advantage for this attack, but I do have Hex and Sneak Attack, so I will apply it after. Or am I able to apply advantage die after I've made the roll, or do I have to declare it beforehand?
I'll let you do it after. More like an inspiration
Okay.
type thing.
All right, so I'll just make a regular attack first.
You have a bardic inspiration as well.
that's true.
That is true. Do I add the D4 to that?
D8.
It's a D8.
Oh shit! Somebody leveled up.
Well, it's a D6 at level 1. So.
God, the things I do for a bardic inspiration die, man.
3. That makes it a hit.
All right,
Yay.
I will run with that, and then so it is the D10 damage along with Hex. Yes.
Axe and sneak attack, yeah.
And Sneak Attack added in as well.
Oh, you've got the dot dice instead of the numbered.
Yeah.
So another 14.
14 on top of the 10 makes it 24.
All right, this thing's looking pretty wounded at this point. It's got a number of cuts in it. You know, the radiant damage. It is like kind of huffing a little. It looks probably about as injured as Medea does in comparison.
Woof.
Medea, this dragon has just gotten their shit fucking whooped for like 10 minutes straight.
Yeah. It's then Uba's turn.
Okay, cool. So if I want to use Searing Smite, should I cast that before I see if my rolls hit? Okay.
Yes, you should, because you need to cast it before the attack that you're using it on.
Okay. So let me do.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
we'll
so-
keep that 7, but
So Uba's gonna attack twice again with their dagger.
that hits. That also hits.
Oh, cool. Okay. So that damage plus, let me see. With Colossus Slayer and Hunter's Mark, should I do one for each roll?
Yes. So you're gonna do.
Yes.
So
It's a D6
2d6
and a D8.
and 2d8s.
Correct.
And then the Searing Smite on top of that too?
Yeah, which I've already taken off.
What's such a ridiculous DPS party?
Okay. Excellent.
Like, single target stabs, this party is very good at.
The dragon Lacken seemingly dying, or it like raises itself up. So it kind of like falls down, not to a knee exactly, but like slumping, so its chest is now on the ground versus where it was standing upright. But then you all see in the dragon's eye, like as it like starts to lower, it pops back open and just says, "No!" and like resurges with an extra bit of energy. So it did hit 0, but it's going to use. I buff some I do buff dragons, so it comes back up with some more HP, and it can do this once per day.
And then the clock struck midnight and it got its turn back.
And
It actually.
it's now its turn. So with that, it is going to. I'm going to do this in a row. So first, it's going to bite Uba because you brought it down.
Oh.
Oh, I thought that was a 20.
It almost
Ow.
was. So you're going to take. That was really good damage. 31 points of damage.
Uba's hanging on by a thread.
Okay, it is going to attempt to claw you as well.
Woof.
Oh,
Oh
geez.
shit.
All right. There's no way it can kill you. outright, but I'm gonna roll the extra for. Oh, actually, it actually rolled that time.
Yeah, it's the tail one that's doing
the tail
it.
one that's wrong. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. So you do take 16 points of damage, which brings you down to 0.
Ow.
At least you didn't get shouted at after.
And it's going
Yeah, you just get to go down peacefully this time.
Uva thought they killed the dragon and then just got their shit rocked.
It's going to tail attack Medea. Going after the wounded targets now. It's trying to.
It brings me down exactly as well.
All right. Unless
you want to cut words, that shit.
Nearly falls, but with its research energy, it brings Uba and then Medea down, puffing its chest out, saying, "I won't die here." And then it's Will's turn.
I would have cutting words the damage on that one if I had a reaction, which I didn't because I only have one around.
Yeah.
What did you use reaction? Oh,
the last time I tried.
Cutting words.
But Will's non-falling stone hand just passes out and she begins to hum. And as she hums, she expands healing word to both Medea and Uba. I'll cast it as a second level.
You're so polite.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm standing here really not being threatened at all. So
yeah, that's
not
where
having
you're
even been targeted.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You're just watching Medea and Uba get their shit whacked.
You both get 7 back.
Thank you.
And then from that hand that the expanding stones, the falling stones are hovering in, one of the stones begins to glow bright white, and instead of lightning, I'll slam a hailstone into it.
All right.
For bludgeoning damage. For cold damage.
You can do that?
Yeah, I gave up some stuff to make it a bit more versatile damage-wise. And it's a dexterity save, or take 19.
Shit. Will, I wish you told me it was dexterity was the
Oh, it still takes
9.
Did that kill it?
No, unfortunately not.
Will doesn't deserve to kill.
It has a little bit more HP than that. At the end of Will's turn, it is going to use that action to tail at Sulveran. Your damned healing magic. But it misses. It's like weakened by everything, and just like there's a big hole in the ground where it's still. But it is unable to hit you. It is then going to be Medea's turn.
Medea's going to stagger and stand up and raise their spear. And they just look like they're having like a full-on panic attack in the middle of this fight. Like their face for the first time in a fight, you notice now, when they're getting close to death, they just look completely like they're losing their shit. They do not look happy. They're not ready to die. And I'm going to make 3 attacks.
Miss, hit, hit.
And then it's going to take an additional 48 radiant damage.
Whoa.
So it's 31 points. Because I will just pour damn near everything into this.
All right. How do you want to kill it?
Yes! He sees this thing try to go for Sulveran, and as the tail whizzes past, Medea sort of like dashes to the left slightly, keeping their ground where they are, and then just goes straight for where they've created the orange collar around this thing's neck, and goes right through the middle of it, bringing the spear out at the end of the neck.
Some of the acid from its saliva like drips down, melting the rock a little bit as it lumps its head, falling now more permanently, eyes closing. That's where we're going to end today's session.
Yeah, we went long today.
Yeah. I want to
What
get
happens when you start the fight with 40 minutes to
an hour
go?
left, yeah. Yeah.
This is why we dump smites into everything. Fuck other spell.
Your party has so much sustain. It's like crazy.
Yeah, we're like single target stab based damage, and then Will and Sulveran just being like, and a heal for you, and a heal for you,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
cutting words here. So, as soon as we fight more than one thing at a time, things will get harder.
If
Yeah.
they made it Aasimar is because they're really good at getting their shit rocked.
I will say, I think at this point, Hex can exist for up to 8 hours, so I can just transfer that between the whole crowd, but we have to
Yeah.
kill the motherfucker before it can transfer.
Midi is actually pretty good in a crowd too, because if anything enters their space, they get the reaction. They have 3 attacks. Yada yada.
All
That's true.
Sulveran has is sleep, and we know that that's about to have lost its luster.
Can throw giant hailstones at groups of things.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But
Alright.
now Uba and Medea are gonna have the shared bond of almost dying in battle, except Uba, I think, is Medea beat by 2.
Yeah.
I will say, I like to imagine in this fight, like as this is happening, the plate armor actually made the difference. I would have gone down 3 more times without the plate armor.
Yeah, I'm not
Your
surprised.
AC is super high now. It wasn't that bad before.
In retrospect, instead of Vow of Enmity that first round, I should have just Shield of Faith. But I looked at it never would have made a difference. This thing either rolled above a 23 or below
Well,
a
actually,
20.
it would have made all of those cutting words work.
Would it have?
I think so. I'd have to. I forget exactly what the thing is.
No, because all of the ones
was
were cutting.
They were both 25s, so it would have taken
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
No, I guess you're right.
Yeah, this thing either rolled a 15
Yeah, because then your
or a-
AC would have been 24. That's right.
Are we finished and now we're just talking on
Yes,
stream?
we're done.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna
Yeah.
wrap it up, but everybody went to talk. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I thought this was a fun session. I like dragon fights. This was a weak dragon as well. Like, let's
Yeah, this is
remember
like
that.
a baby
This
dragon.
is like a
Oh,
baby dragon.
jeez.
So
We are level
Um,
6.
yeah, this was I will just bring you in. This would be considered a young adult dragon. Normally those don't get like legendary actions and stuff, but again, I do like slightly buffed dragons. I did a